So I've got 6:02. We've got a quorum. I think it should get good. Christine's coming. We could just get started. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the GPAC meeting for March 15th. It is streaming live on the Zoom platform. People can also access this on the city's YouTube site. So encourage all to do that. If I could turn it to Sarah or Renata to please call the roll, we'll get started.
Okay, good evening. Carol Singer.
Here, aye.
Namrata Koslanati. Absent. Don Jenkins.
Present.
Stella Weatherspoon.
Present.
Matt Pease.
Present.
Beth Needle.
Present.
Jim Cervantes.
Present.
Sarah Blumenfeld. Absent. Susie Kelly.
Here.
Christine Rasmussen.
Present.
Chris Lee.
Present.
Planning Commissioner Anna Radnich.
Present.
And Mayor Teresa Geringer.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. Staff put out the agenda package on Friday. There is an agenda included. I'd like to get a motion and a second to adopt the agenda, please.
So moved.
Okay, Matt moved.
Second.
Is that Carol?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So motion made and seconded, and our procedure is to consider the motion, the agenda adopted. And with that, we'll move to public comment. And this is for anything that is not on tonight's agenda. And I'll note that we received a number of items from the public included in the package, and some were supplemental. I kind of went through them, noting I think about 12 or 13 letters or emails rather from individuals in the Deer Hill area expressing concerns about development there. Another note from an individual recommending a more distributed approach to our arena allocation challenge. A couple of individuals who advocated for upzoning BART. One sort of email with very general comments in it. One regarding a parcel flanking CVS, and another advocating for higher density on the De Silva site. I'll also note that there was a pretty thorough letter in the inbox from Inclusive Lafayette. So a lot of comments, and that was all very helpful. I'd like to see if there are any other sort of general comments from the public. Again, these are items that are not on the tonight's agenda, and we have a 3-minute timer for this. So Sarah or Renata, is there anyone raising their hand out there?
Would like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you're calling in. Our first speaker is Jeremy Libby.
Good evening, all of you. Merry Daylight Savings Time. So Inclusive Lafayette shared a letter. It was a team effort. The whole board worked on it. And I really, really want to talk about it. There's so much to dissect. There's so many nuances to the law that I'd like to explore. But I know you've all been working really hard. And for once, I'm just going to cut you a break. I'm here to say 2 things. First, I would really like to talk to any GPAC members who I haven't met yet. You can reach me at inclusivelafayette@gmail.com. I'm happy to talk about housing, but I'd also be happy to talk about Lafayette more generally. The general plan is a big document, and we have a lot of non-housing issues to work on. I promise you, no matter how scary I might appear when I give public comment, no matter what our political differences are, I try to be pretty nice. Check in with the people I've met with. Again, you can reach me at inclusivelafayette@gmail.com. No periods, no gaps. inclusivelafayette@gmail.com. The second thing, I really appreciate all of your hard work and perseverance on the mission statement and the housing element. I think this is a really hard job. You do your best to represent the community, and there are always rabble-rousers like me who just give you a hard time for it. Sometimes we forget to say thank you. Finishing the final piece of this housing element is a really big accomplishment. So truly, thank you for working so hard for making our community the best it can be. I'm looking forward to working on the rest of the general plan together.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any other comments?
Patty Battersby will be promoted now.
Okay. Let's see here. Patty, welcome. And these are general comments not on tonight's agenda.
I will wait then. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Patty. Anybody else?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, great. So the next item on the agenda is committee member activity reports. We have one item noted, but before I get to that, are there any items that individuals would like to share with the group? And I will move to Anna for that, please. Hand up.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. I just wanted to report that I did have a coffee Zoom with Inclusive Lafayette this morning. The only person attending was Jeremy and myself. And we didn't talk about anything specifically. It was more general items about Lafayette, also just about planning in general, CEQA in general, that sort of thing. He did make reference to the letter that was sent out to the city, and that he also just referenced in his comment. So that's it, nothing in detail about any particular item. So thank you.
Okay. Any other items to share? I've got a few, but maybe before that, the Opportunity Site Working Group, which is Stella, myself, and Chris. We've met several times. I don't know if Stella or Chris, you want to give the group an update, because we've been sort of pounding away at this worksheet. So I'll defer to either one of you to give the group an update.
Well, maybe Stella and I can just pitch in and one can finish where the other didn't include everything. Yeah, I don't know how many times we met this past week, but it was a lot. One of the big things was to clean up the spreadsheet, make sure that all the data was accurate. We also had to track 2 changes that the planning department had thought of. So we double checked that. I would say most of the activity that we were doing was, number one, to make sure all that information was accurate. And number 2, actually trying to come up with scenarios. And we'll be going over a lot of that tonight. But it's very important that that the fields that are in the spreadsheet are accurate, even in terms of whether or not you're multiplying density by 85% yield or 95% yield. I know the numbers may not be too different, but if you've got the wrong formula in there, you're a goner. So Stella, do you want to say anything?
No, I think you encapsulated it very well. I think we're in a good spot. I think we've ironed out the spreadsheet as Chris has mentioned, and I think we're ready to use it.
Right. And thank you to the planning department and to Diana for being so diligent about running things down that we brought up so that the spreadsheet could be complete by tonight.
Yeah, and thank you. I'll echo that too. I think we had a bunch of sessions. I think it's been an everyday exercise in some respects. And the planning staff and Dan have been really great to work with in this. And again, I have to thank Stella and Chris for all the extra work on this. So we'll be talking about all this in just a little bit here, but that's the big item. Any other items for the group on just activity? So I've got a few things. One is I had a conversation with a Lafayette resident, Jim Rule, last week just in general terms about what the process is that we're going to and the whole RENA enterprise and what the GPAC is doing. I had coffee with Chair Radonich to talk through the transition to the from what our work to the Planning Commission, the kind of presentation that we might make to sort of make sure we have an effective handoff of our work to them. So that I gather will be at the next Planning Commission meeting next week. On Thursday night, I, along with Greg Wolf and Cindy Darling, who's a council member in Walnut Creek, were invited by the Loma Democratic Club to talk at their regular meeting about housing. So I talked about the work of the GPAC and what we're sort of working through. I think there might have been 40 people or so in that session, give or take. And Greg carried the flag ably for Lafayette in that. It was interesting to hear what Walnut Creek is doing as well. I've also traded notes with Colin Elliott. This is more on the spreadsheet and the analysis that we're doing and some items that he proposed. So there's a little bit back and forth there. And then finally, Matt and I met with Jamie Harris to talk through kind of an outline for what we'll be doing next month in April, sort of a debrief session. We'll talk about that a little bit at the end of this meeting. So I think that'll be a good point for us to sort of like do a good thorough self-assessment. So those are the items that I had. And with that, we don't have a presentations per se in the agenda item, but there is work to we've been a lot of work on trying to frame up the approach for us to make a set of decisions. And so with kind of a lot of help from Stella and Chris and staff, we sort of worked up a kind of a presentation to walk through. My thought is to sort of do that, have GPAC members ask any questions that they've got, go to the public to see what kind of converse questions they've got, and then come back and try to answer them. I think also maybe at that point, to the extent that GPAC members have their ideas on how we approach RENA that maybe they didn't surface last week, if they want to do it, they can do it maybe at that point. And then we'll get into sort of making some decisions. So that's how I could see us walking through tonight to get to an outcome. And before we do that, though, I see Carol, you got your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much for all the work you've done. It's quite amazing. When will you entertain just general questions about a site? Now or?
Well, I think it might be good to go through the presentation. I think if there was someone, is this about a specific site, Carol?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question because I thought I had written down that the Sterling Cleaner Peacock site was taken off because we have an active park plan we're looking at for that site right now. And I thought we had agreed not to put it on there, but it's on there.
I know we took off the Roundup site. There was some discussion about that. That's off the list. Maybe if that we could have staff take a look at that, and we'll get back to that.
Okay.
And because I think what I'd like to do is to sort of like get us focused on the big picture issues we've got to grapple with. There are some sites that we'll likely have to sort of like take a look at, maybe depending on where we end up with all this. So maybe we just hold that one for the time being, Carol. That's what I'd say.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, again, we've got staff has got some information presentation. I've got a workup I've done with a lot of help from other folks to walk through. We'll have a chance for us to ask questions. I think maybe if you got a question in the middle of it, just ask it. Get our questions out of the way, go to the public, and then come back to the extent that people want to make presentations on their ideas for how to solve RENA. We could do that, and then we'll sort of get into working through a decision tree to come to a resolution. So I don't know if Renata or Sarah, do you want to take it and then lateral the ball to me afterwards?
Sure. So our presentation will be pretty brief, and then we'll present Jim's slides for him to walk through. We made it. We made it. We're at the last meeting. So tonight we want to just go over the objectives and outcomes. We'll remind everyone about the GPAC charter and charge. Since it has been sort of a long process, we'll just have a refresher on that. We'll review our prior meetings and go over some best planning practices so that we are looking at this as sort of a big picture, not just as a math problem, and then establish the established opportunity site parameters, and then we'll hand it off to Jim to go through the decision tree for site selection. So tonight we do want to discuss the findings that you all have made as you've gone through the worksheet. Given all the competing interests and needs and desires, we'll work through a decision tree on those 4 major elements: the BART site, the De Silva site, the Deer Hill site, and the downtown areas. And then ultimately we're hoping to make a formal recommendation to Planning Commission on site selection, and also ensure that we articulate the why we're keeping a certain site in or removing a certain site, so that they understand that context. So just as a reminder, GPAC was authorized by City Council to advise Council on topics related to the general plan, to hear and respond to public input, and to serve as a liaison between the Council and the public. And I think you all have done a great job of doing that so far. So tonight's charge is to make that recommendation to Planning Commission on Section 3. We've already done it for Section 1 and Section 2. This is the final section. So as you all may recall, we started the discussions about the housing element in November of 2020, which seems so long ago. But we have reviewed the opportunity sites very specifically over the last 5 meetings. This will be the 6th meeting. And then the opportunity sites working group also had several meetings in between there. So we have taken a good hard look at this. So as I mentioned, just kind of big picture, we want to, and I think committee member Weatherspoon mentioned this last meeting, that we don't just want to look at it as a math problem, but we also want to think about this as in context in the community. So just general sound planning practices include locating housing near services, especially affordable housing. We can think about sustainability through reducing sprawl, kind of keeping it closer to the center, promoting safe walking and biking, which is also a council priority, reducing traffic through fewer cars on the road. That all kind of lends itself to developing housing near transit. We want to think about the neighborhood context. I know we've had public speakers talking about the adjacencies to single family residential. We want to think about preservation of open space, which we've heard from the parks groups, and then thinking through building form and design eventually as it relates to density, and then good site planning as well. So these are some of the parameters and requirements as it relates to opportunity sites that we all kind of know and agree on, but just to reiterate, we learned last time that there is a requirement for a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre for a site to accommodate low income housing. And if it's less than half an acre, it cannot accommodate affordable housing according to the state. We have a maximum of 3,400 units as evaluated in the CEQA scenarios. So we want to keep our number right around there. We want to keep the sites that we do choose within those planning areas that we have evaluated in the CEQA process. And then we want to make sure we're not losing any housing under the no net loss provisions. And then we have also agreed to a 95% density yield as a group. So again, just providing that context to Planning Commission and thinking through some of the community values that have informed the decision-making of GPAC. These things have come from the surveys and the mission statements that we've worked through. So as you're thinking through this, preserving natural setting and open space as a community value might mean removing or reducing the area of De Silva. If we're trying to promote sustainability, we might want to think about including BART. And if we're encouraging affordable housing, then we might need to accommodate that housing in the downtown near transit. So with that, I'm going to bring up Jim's PowerPoint and then let him go through his thoughts as well.
I'll note that I think Namratha is in on the attend. I see her name on the participant list, but not in the not pulled into our group. So if someone could do that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you for knowing that. Is that going?
Right.
Showing full screen or not, Jim?
Yeah, full screen. Thank you very much.
Great.
So I thought in thinking through this, and in talking with the Opportunity Site group and staff, we thought it would be helpful to take a look back because we've been working on this housing element for over a year. And it was about this time last year, in March. I think it was March 18th, we did the Release Valley outreach session. There were other sessions that preceded it. We had the neighborhood engagement sessions that we all worked through with staff. There was an in-person session at over by the library that was in early summer in the interim between Delta and Omicron, I think. We had workshops, so these workshops all through the spring, outreach via all the media channels that Lafayette has, the Vista, Roundup, social media, and so on. There were conversations with stakeholders, mailings. A lot of work has gone into the point where we are today on this housing element. And I sort of want to flag that because it's easy to forget. We've been at this for over a year, and I've been gathering feedback all through this process to get to the point where we are today. I'll also note that kind of alongside that, there's been a lot of work on to vet the opportunity site list. We solicited input from the community on this massive spreadsheet that Diana compiled. And we've had GPAC members who've kind of walked through different parts of the town to sort of suggest parcels. The opportunity sites subgroup or subcommittee has, as Chris and Stella mentioned, we've been working with staff and with Diana on looking at each of these parcels. So there's been a lot of vetting of the work. And GPAC has reviewed the entire opportunity site list, as you all well know, because we've been averaging 4 hours a session to do that. So there has been just extensive work done by this group in trying to engage the community to sort of sort out what are all the potential sites where one could develop housing. And we've had long debates on many of these parcels. So, and I'd also note that kind of in addition to all that, we've been working on other components of the housing element. Going back to last year, so the fall of last year, we spent a fair amount of time on the data document and the sort of needs analysis, the narrative summary. That went to the Planning Commission back in December. It seems like longer ago, but that was mid-December. The goals, policies, and programs, we worked through a whole list of those and delivered those to the Planning Commission in January. And we've been working now weekly on opportunity sites and the sort of RENA recommendation that will culminate tonight. The goal is to approve something and get it today, so it goes to Planning Commission next week. So that's all the work we've been doing. And like I said, it's been well over a year, and a lot of work has gone into all this. So maybe going to the next slide. The reason why I think it's been so extensive is that RENA is a challenge, and there are really two ones. The first one is the obvious one, which is the state has dramatically increased the number of units that California cities and counties have to come up with for the annual, or rather the 8-year housing element cycle. I mean, this is not a new thing in that I think it goes back to 1969 when this process sort of began. And we're wrapping up the 5th cycle now, so that's got to be at least 40 years, so at least back to the 80s. But what's dramatically different this time is the number for the upcoming cycle, which starts next year, is dramatically higher. Our target in the current cycle we're in now is 400 units. I believe in the prior cycle before that, it might have been 350, but we're looking at a quintupling of that to 2,100 units. And y'all know this, but I want to make sure it's clear to everyone in the public that this is what we're grappling with. And to complicate matters, the state has broken this up into categories. Very low income, which is less than half the median income. Parenthetically, I think for a household in Contra Costa County, median household income is 120,000. So this would be a family of maybe 3, or someone's making 60,000. That could be a school teacher, or someone who's working administrative staff at Lafayette School District. That is very low income if you've just got the one person earning something. And then you could see that we've got the low income, moderate income, above moderate. So that's the kind of the framework we're dealing with. And the challenge here is that we need to come up with enough accounting for each of those categories plus some sort of a buffer. If we were dealing with just a single top line number, which is the 2,114, this would be not an easy problem to solve, but it would be much more straightforward. We have 4 problems to solve, the hardest of which is the very low income component. So that's going to come up again and again here because that is the binding constraint. Now, in all the work that we've been doing over the last year with staff, with Diana, with the community, we have this extensive opportunity site list. We have reused or recycled projects. These are ones that are in the current package, that the current cycle we're in now, that HCD had already approved, has 13 sites, about just under 13 acres. We have projects in the pipeline. Those are 13 sites also, about 36 acres, the bulk of which is terraces. So that's 22 acres with 315 units. And then we have new sites that were identified through the process we went through, another 55 sites representing just under 60 acres. On top of all that, we've made an allowance for ADUs because the statutes changed there and we're seeing more development there. And we've used an estimate, a little bit, about 20% higher than last year's figure, which was 25 units. We've just banked that there'll be 30 per year or 240. And there's an allocation of some of that to moderate income households. And then there's some other scattered sites, which are primarily an estimate for new single family residences. And there's a site on Bollinger that's included. That's another 50 odd units. So those are kind of the what we're sort of working with in the spreadsheet that we've all been sort of working through. The other part of the challenge that we have from the state is that they have set all these rules and we're basically playing by them. One of the key ones is that for a given site to count as a very low or low income opportunity site, it needs to meet certain parameters. And Sarah touched on these, but I think it's worth repeating. They have to be a half acre or more. HCD's been pretty explicit about that in their guidelines. 10 acre maximum, although you can subdivide it. So we theoretically could count De Silva because it could be subdivided. Another key one is the minimum density of 30 units per acre. And that's relatively new. It had been 20 units per acre before, but given the Lafayette's current population per the census, we're just over the line for 30. And what we've done in this process, and Dan has indicated that this is consistent with HCD methodology, we have kind of allocated the very low and low income units kind of across all the opportunity sites that meet HCD's parameters. So we are not designating specific sites for low or very low income housing. It's sort of more across the board. We just need to make sure that sites fit their parameters, and then we can sort of allocate the percentages for low and very low. So that's a key part of this whole effort. And as I mentioned before, the binding constraint in all the work we're doing is to come up with enough of the very low income and low income components to satisfy RHNA, and acknowledging that there should be a buffer for those of somewhere in the 15 to 30% range. Again, as I mentioned earlier, coming up with a top line number is not the big challenge. It's actually satisfying the very low income amount, because that's over a quarter of what we have to come up with. And then the final item, and I might have Greg help me work through this, or Diana, but there's an element of the yield on a site. which is the sort of the acreage times the permitted density. And the work that staff has done over the last, they've looked over the last 5 years, indicating that the actual yield on Lafayette sites is a little over 100%, and that's because of the effect of the density bonuses. And what we've opted to do is use a yield factor of 95% in general, which Sarah mentioned, but also with a adjustment for parcels right on Monte Diablo Boulevard at 85%, slightly lower yield, because in our goals, policies, programs, GPAC endorsed the idea of mixed use in the downtown, and that's one way we try to sort of accommodate that in the planning sphere. I will note that for De Silva, the Opportunity Sites Group opted to go with 95%. So we're only talking about downtown Monte Diablo Boulevard parcels. And maybe with that, I don't know if Greg or Dana or staff, you want to chime in on the yield, because that's something that's come up. And I know, for example, Inclusive Lafayette in their letter indicated that they thought the yield should be closer to 58 something percent, or 50%, depending how far away from BART. So I don't know if you want to just touch on yield for just a second.
Sure thing. I'm going to try to share my screen. So you are seeing the PowerPoint presentation. Are you seeing a slide that says yield?
Yes.
Terrific. So this is looking back. It's a track record for the last 5 years. So from 2017 to present. And in the table are shown multifamily residential projects. They all happen to be in the downtown. They all happen to be greater than 10 units. And all were approved. And this is for new construction. So there was one project, Outdo, which is in your overall table. It was a conversion of an existing office building. And that if you include that project, it's only 46% of the mathematical yield of the size of the parcel times the zoning of 35 dwelling units per acre. So that 46% would bring the average down to 104, which is what we reported out last time. What we are looking at is projects and sites that are essentially greater than half an acre in order to qualify for below market rate housing. And so it seemed appropriate, and that was a conversion, approved as a conversion of an existing office building and not new construction. So, whether we include it or not, if we include it, it's 104%. If we don't include it, then the yield for the last 5 years is 111% average. That's the units versus what the zoning would allow.
Okay. Thanks. And we may come back to that later. There may be some further questions on that. And Sarah, maybe if you could pull up the balance of the presentation. So there are a lot of there's a lot of nuance to all this. I'll be honest; these are concepts that I had no grasp on just like 3 months ago, I think, but it really do matter a lot for what we're trying to do now. This next slide is a map we've all seen before. These are the study areas that were identified by the city for the EIR, which is now under review. There were some additional portions that were excluded by the city council when they scoped this out back a year ago, April. So this is kind of the framework that we're working with. We're sort of working within the bounds of the areas that the city identified in the EIR. Theoretically, we could go outside this, but there would need to be environmental work if there were a site that we picked that was like further afield from what we have here. So I think for the work that GPAC has done, we've sort of stayed within the four corners of what this map represents. And I wanted to highlight this because when we talk about some of these sites, whether it's, let's say, BART, map area 7, there's actually a piece which is the Whole Foods on the right-hand side, which we call 7B. Deer Hill is 8, and De Silva's 9. You can sort of see what the lay of the land is. in the worksheet that we've got, the workbook we've got, I try to sort of figure out, okay, if you took the current, our opportunity site list that we came up with and kept the densities the same as what are now in the now approved, and which means BART basically at 0, the De Silva site at its density levels and so on. Everything else is pretty much 35 to the acre, with Deer Hill, of course, being less. The calculation I ran is that if you'd have to get a yield of like 165% to make this work. In other words, you would need to have a yield that's so much higher than anything Lafayette has done to satisfy the RENA requirement without increasing density. So it means that you have to increase density somewhere to make it work. Just saying you could increase the yield to do that, it just doesn't work mathematically. So I wanted to sort of put that out there because we're going to turn to looking at densities now. And so this is what I indicated here. This is the math behind it. And as you can see here, whereas if you look on the pink on the top, on the far right side, you get enough units, just under 2,400, but we don't meet enough very low and low income units to sort of satisfy RENA by just trying to increase the yield, or rather by having what we have now. You got to go up to 165% to do it. So that's the challenge. That's why we need to look at density. We really have no choice here to sort of satisfy the RENA assignment. Okay, next slide. So I thought of this really maybe to help frame it for us is it's a decision tree, wherein we could focus in on certain key map areas that will influence a lot what the outcome is. And the first one, the obvious one to start with, is BART, because it's given its size. You have 4 parcels, just under 12 acres, 800 and some units. And as we've all discussed, AB 2923 will force the upzoning of BART, irrespective of whatever we do with RENA here. Whether the city takes it on or just lets it sit, the site gets upzoned. So the decision really is to figure out, okay, given that reality, should we include it in RENA, on our RENA list? And if we do, then we will need to engage with BART as a follow-up because it's not on their current plan for development. So that's something that the city will need to follow through with. And I'll be honest, HCD may look at this and say, well, that's all great. You put it on your list, but maybe they allow it, maybe they don't. We'll have to sort of find out if indeed we decide to put BART on the list. I will note that if we put the 4 BART parcels on our list, we can satisfy the above moderate, and low income components for the RENA assignment, but we're a bit too low on the very low income side. We're just over the line, so to speak. We get 619 units versus the RENA requirement of 599, but there's really no buffer there. So it means that BART helps a lot, but it doesn't get you there. So that's something we'll discuss later, which is you could put BART on the list, but it's not the silver bullet. We still need more. Maybe the next slide. I also thought, well, if we decide not to put BART on the list, then we have to upzone somewhere else. And one alternative would be to upzone in the downtown. And I just played with a math exercise to say, well, if you did that, what would you need to do to get to enough units? And that would mean something like upzoning the downtown study areas. Those are map areas 1 through 6, if you remember the prior map, to 50 units an acre, and upzoning De Silva to 35 units an acre. And there's one other parcel on the east end that's put that at 35 also. This could leave Deer Hill, which is study area 8, and the Dewing Brook Rosedale area, which is study area 13, unchanged. And I assume that we'd leave the Whole Foods parking lot, which flanks BART, unchanged, because if you're not going to do BART, why would you do that? So you could look at the math on this, and On the pink on the top, you've got just under 3,300 units in total. The very low income, you get 641. You do have a buffer there. It's not really it's 7% for very low income, so it's not huge. And the overall buffer for low income, very low income is 15%. So honestly, you might want to add a little bit more than what I've done, but this is another way to solve the problem if we don't use BART. So I kind of wanted to frame it for everyone. These are a couple of alternatives, and we'll talk through this later. But you can see that obviously BART makes a big difference, because without BART, you've got to upzone in a pretty significant fashion in the downtown. Next step in the decision tree would be De Silva, which is a large site. It's 62 acres, but a lot of that is hillside and trees flanking the reservoir. The Opportunity Site group has gone through this, where we've kind of concluded that there are two parts of De Silva. One is 2 acres on the north side of Mount Dale Boulevard flanking Oakwood. And there's a southern portion, which is kind of an area we've used of roughly 16 acres, but we've made a decision before to reserve about 5 of those acres for potential ball fields, leaving 11 net developable acres. So it's 13 in total. The site is zoned. The designation is LR10 now, which means basically 1 unit or 1 home for every 10 acres. So on this 62 acre site, you could get maybe 6 homes. That's the current designation, which is probably the reason why nothing's happened there. And I will note that for this site to count for the very low and low income categories, we've got to have at least 30 units to the acre. So just to frame that for the group. So we did the math on this using the workbook. And if we had both BART and De Silva on our list, and De Silva at 30 units to the acre, we actually meet the RHNA target. And you can see that in the graphic there. On the pink on the top, it's 3,545 in grand total. That's actually greater than the EIR study limit amount by about 145 units. And if you look over on the left side, again, the key item being very low income figures, 722 units, our target's 599. We've got a buffer there that works. So BART and De Silva could get the job done if we opt for that. We may want to fine tune the overall number, and I'll get to that in a bit. Another alternative, go to the next one. If we opt not to use De Silva, but we've opted for BART, is to look at some of the downtown study areas. And I kind of broke them into 2 pieces, because this I think is significant. You've got map areas 1, 3, and 5, the odd numbers. They're north of the boulevard, south of the freeway. And you can see them laid out there. You got map areas 2, 4, and 6, south of the boulevard, flanking single-family neighborhoods. So a decision would be perhaps, if we had to upzone downtown, where would we do it? Across the board, or maybe focus on areas that don't flank single-family neighborhoods, which would be map areas 1, 3, and 5. So I just made an assumption for this exercise that if we didn't do De Silva, but we did BART, then we would upzone map areas 1, 3, and 5, again, north of the boulevard, south of the freeway. And I just picked a 45 to the acre, just to keep it even. There's also one small parcel to the east at 35 units, and I put that at 35 to the acre. And again, as in the earlier exercise, leave Deer Hill and the Dewingbrook Rosedale neighborhoods unchanged. With that, you can see on the graphic in the pink on the top, just under 3,400 units. We got 670 very low income units. It's like got a 12% buffer there. So it's kind of in the range of something that could work. So again, these are alternatives, so things to think through. If you do BART, but not De Silva, then you could upzone in part of the downtown. And in this schematic, I just picked the areas that are north of the boulevard. So that's kind of an alternative. And then the last thing I wanted to flag for folks is, ideally, would have a result that gets us within the parameters of the EIR, which the council said it's set at 3,400 units. So in the happy circumstance that we actually get to a number that's above this threshold, there are things we could do to adjust it downward. There are some scattered sites like single family homes and this Bollinger site. Those are 52 units. We could just cut them out. They're all above, they're all market rate. They don't help us with the low income figure. So for our exercise, we can get rid of them and we'll be fine. There are also some other sites that are under half acre and therefore do not contribute to the very low income allocation. Those are roughly 100 units. So between these categories, you've got 150 units. And if we still have an overage, I think what we'd probably do is look at some of the smaller sites that are over half acre, maybe the site that Carol raised or maybe some other ones, but that's something we could work through. So that's kind of I kind of want to put, if we can maybe drop the screen now. Oh, I'm sorry, next steps. Sorry about that. And I'm going to wrap here and we'll touch on this at the end of our meeting, which is, again, our goal is to sort of finalize a recommendation for the Planning Commission, and they can consider this at their meeting next Monday. The Planning Commission is going to go through all this over the month of the remainder of March and April to get it to the City Council, who will work through this in May. The goal being to get this to the State Department of Housing and Community Development June 1. And you think, why do we need so much time? Because the deadline is January 31st. It's because HCD wants 2 90-day review periods. So they'll take what we got, along with all the 100 other submittals they'll get. They'll go through that. We'll get it back in September. We'll have a month to get back to them. And then we'll have the month of January to wrap it up. So depending on what HCD says, it could be a reasonable lift in September, or it could be a lot of rework. We just don't know at this point. So, but that's our goal, is to sort of like keep the Planning Commission and the City Council on their schedule, which is why we're going to wrap this up tonight. And Sarah, I think we can drop that. So that's a very quick walkthrough of RENA. And I think what I'd like to do is to see, are there questions or clarifications that GPEC has? And here I can look to Diana and Greg and staff to bail me out where I've maybe overstated something. So we'll get all that through. We'll then turn to the public to see what comments and questions the public has, come back to our group. Again, to the extent that people had some, after we satisfy the public questions, if there are presentations people want to make, great. Otherwise, we'll start working through this decision tree that I laid out. So that's the course we're going to take. And with that, I have one hand up so far. I see Matt. Matt has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just a small first question, small clarification on Sarah's slide. She had 95% utilization only, and you had a mix of 95% and 85%. I think yours is right, Jim. I just want to clarify. Is it, Sarah, yours should have the 85% also, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's fine. This next question, and Greg, you may have some insights here. There's a nuance here of increasing density that increases the likelihood that something will be converted to residential. So, for example, Jim, you had an example of increasing density on the north side of Mount Diablo, just one alternative of many. You increased the density in your example about 40%. It would seem to me that that would also increase the value of that property proportionally. And Greg, wouldn't that make it even more likely that that commercial area would go away and be developed as residential, given the prices that people are seeing in residential these days? Is there a direct correlation between those two?
I'm not an economist, but it would seem that there would be some connection between upzoning, land value, and then likelihood of capitalizing on that increased land value. And that we've discussed previously that currently the highest and best use being residential. So to what degree is very much unknown to, I think, certainly staff here, and I think an economist would be somewhat challenged to put a number on that, because it's very much a personal decision about whether or not to and when to develop, redevelop. I think land values over time have just increased, and so many property owners are just holding. And
okay, when the city does this, it does increase the value of the lot. I think there's no dispute there. Does the city capture any of that value, significant part of that value, to help finance infrastructure?
The city council asked staff to look into a concept called land value recapture. And we did this last year and presented to the city council. We are happy to send out a link to the materials on that. And the short answer is no, we don't directly. So if a property was worth $2 million now, and then as a function of upzoning, it became worth $3 million, we wouldn't realize any of that in an immediate context, if you will. Certainly when properties sell or redevelop, they're brought up to, they're no longer vested in a much earlier basis and holding under Prop 13. And so the taxes would come up to current value, but then they're held at that 1.5–2%. So the short answer around land value recapture is that the city would need to essentially kind of build infrastructure that would increase the land value, and in so doing, then the city could capture some of that increased land value, recapture it, to support that infrastructure investment. But since we're doing it as a function of upzoning and a function of kind of state mandated RENA, that's not available to us.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Matt. I got Susie next.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So the BART does not meet the very low income. Is that because of the size, the acreage? Or why does it not meet the very low income numbers?
It does.
Oh, I thought on that slide it said it doesn't meet the very low. It meets the others, but not the very low.
I should have been clearer. It does. It's just not BART by itself does not give us enough of the very low income.
Okay, I thought it was a size thing. That's why I was like, okay.
Yeah, no. If there were an extra few acres at BART, maybe you could get there, but that's not the case.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Are there other questions or clarifications? Okay. All right. So then with that, we'll go to the public, get comments, questions from the public. If there's questions, we'll sort of talk that through afterwards, so we don't take away people's time, because we're going to give people 3 minutes, and then we'll proceed on from there. So maybe Sarah, if you could follow through, and we'll see who our speakers are.
So if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you're calling in. Looks like our first speaker is Elliot Hudson, followed by David Clark.
Okay. Okay. Elliot, welcome.
Good evening, Chair Cervantes and members of the commission. I have just a few comments. First of all, in terms of sound planning practices, a key and guiding principle was left off that list, and that is that what you do needs to be consistent with the general plan, vision, and mission. And in this case, that means maintaining Lafayette's character as the council has directed, small town and semi-rural ambience. That is what Lafayette residents asked and what the council agreed. That is your central planning goal. So there's a certain amount of repetition what I'm going to say next, but this is really important. That is, you really need to be willing to test what will work with HCD. No one is talking about defying them. What we're talking about is being more willing than seems to be the feeling among some to use the process. HTC does not expect that a city's first offering must be 100% perfect. There is a process for response and revision. Why is that so important? The other reality is if we go to HCD with more proposed upzoning than is necessary, we'll be stuck with it. That is an error that Lafayette will have to live with forever because it cannot be corrected. On the other hand, going to HCD with what HCD might consider not enough units can be corrected with a further submission. Risk the rework, to use your term, Mr. Cervantes. The future of our town depends on it. The goal, therefore, is to meet the housing element requirements with the minimum changes and being a little bold in the first submission. Yields, with what Lafayette can show, why would we ever use any number on our first submission that is lower than what our history shows? Small buffer, small sites that can accommodate building consistent with small town and semi-rural ambiance. To address a few comments that have been made, don't pick numbers simply because that's what the EIR studied. The EIR evaluates a given level of development. Greater development is not permissible because the EIR has not determined its effect, but you can always go with lesser development. So don't be overly constrained by the EIR number. Don't be frightened of the worst case scenario about what might happen to a non-compliant city. Lafayette is a long way from being in that category. I would urge you not to upzone BART. Highway 24 is a scenic highway in the state. Upzoning that property and putting massive building on it is a terrible outcome for Lafayette. And it is not a foregone conclusion. I'm about done. That it will be upzoned. You've heard over and over again that BART is not forcing that issue, that it doesn't want to do it in towns that don't want dense development. So be bold, test HCD, and be willing to do the rework to protect this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Sarah, do we have other members of the public?
Next speaker is David Clark, followed by Colby Powell.
Okay. Okay, David, welcome.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. A couple of things. One's a very general comment, but I really appreciate what all of you are doing. And I know that sometimes comes across as almost sounding trite, but I really appreciate what all of you are doing. I know it could be frustrating, and I appreciate that you're sticking with this, particularly with the knowledge that it's going to go on for another 3 or 4 years. But I had a conversation. I've had a number of conversations, but I had one again today, that there's a huge lag, and this is probably not, I'm preaching to the choir here, but between what you all know and what the public perception is, and I know you've tried to address that, but I just think continuing to deliver the message is great. And I know, Jim, and specifically with respect to, I know you and I cooperated on a meeting just this last week, that really helps, even if it's only 20 or 30 people at a time too. All right, that aside, I'm not clear, Chair Cervantes, as you went through that, I'm not clear what the motivation is to actually build on the very low or the low income parcels. How are those going to get selected? Is it strictly, is that related to density? The assumption is that the higher the density, the more likely that there'll be a very low or affordable housing project built on that parcel? Because I think I heard you say that they're not pockets of expectations. It's spread across all the opportunity sites, I think. So it's not clear to me what the motivating factor is to develop those the lower income category. So, which kind of leads me to what happens, and I realize this portion of the housing element isn't even finished yet, but what happens in the next cycle? If we provided for all of those categories and nothing happens, there's absolutely nothing that gets built in either the very low or the low. Are we, can we use those parcels again? I guess where I'm going with that is, if that's the case, and we're going to have to, do this in the next element, then I think it behooves us to try to pick, to designate sites that might actually get built on. And I know we don't have any control over that, but so I just have it's not clear to me what it is, what's the honey that's attracting the bees for that's going to take some of those very low and low income designated parcels off. There's actually going to something's going to happen there. And the last thing I wanted to say, and I know Chair Cervantes, you had asked us to put this off, but what Commissioner Singer brought up at the outset about the De Silva property in particular, no, I'm sorry, the Sterling Cleaners property. I do want to try to carve out some parks in the downtown. So I hope we can look at that as we move forward as well. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, David. Next, Sarah.
Colby Powell was next, but lowered his hand. So if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand and keep it up. We'll move on to Libby Henry.
Okay.
Followed by Colin Elliott.
Great. Okay. Libby, welcome.
Sorry about that. My screen just went away. I want to first thank all of you for all of your hard work. You've obviously this is an incredibly hard task, but I do have, well, obviously several concerns. I am wondering why, who established that we had to have a 60%, I believe it is, buffer on 2,114 units, because HCD doesn't, I believe HCD is, the requirement is 10%. And I think there, to help us, the buffer should be a lot lower than what it is. And that would certainly help in a lot of things. And I'm also wondering, in regard to a couple of your sites, why there isn't some compromise. I'm not sure, it's not clear to me, and maybe it's been discussed previously and I just missed it. You're talking about 4 parts of BART parking lot. I assume that would be the 3 parking lots on the north side and also including the one on the south side. But why does the whole thing need to be developed? Why not the farthest parking lot and the one on the north side, the least used ones? Because I went by BART today, and those other parking lots, the one by the station and the upper one, those are full. I mean, people are getting back to normal, and people from Martinez and Pleasant Hill, they use our BART parking lot. And to expect that there's no BART parking at all is not only not realistic, it's not fair. Not to mention the fact that my parents and me and everybody paid for BART, and we should be able to vote on whether we use that or not. And the De Silva one, it seems like, it just seems like you're maximizing something when it doesn't need to be. And I don't quite understand why you're doing that. I don't understand why, this huge buffer that you're striving for just doesn't really make sense when, HCD doesn't require that. So I would think that it would make your jobs a little easier if you didn't have such, 2,100 isn't reasonable. 3,400 sure isn't reasonable. Anyway, I kind of like to have some feedback, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Libby.
Next speaker is Colin Elliott, followed by Cheryl M.
Okay. Okay. Right. Colin, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Sarah, I'm hoping I can share my screen. So I just hit the green button, I assume. Is that right? I'm going to do it anyway and see what happens.
Yep, you should be able to do it now.
So I think you're looking at a spreadsheet or an Excel model that talks about 1 acre. Before I get to this, I want to just add sort of adding on to something that Elliot said about once you upzone, you can't go back. And I also want to remind everyone that you wouldn't just be upzoning the sites that you're looking at on your opportunity list. If you pick an area, you can't spot zone, so you have to upzone the whole area. And implications of that, of course, would be immense on downtown. So this spreadsheet I'm showing you here, I want to come back to this question about yield because Jim knows we've been around on this a little bit, and I know you guys have looked at, well, we're using 85% on Mount Diablo Boulevard because we're worried about mixed use. And I understand that conceptually, if you can have a 3-story building and you guys are thinking commercial on the ground floor, then we'd have to go up a story if we want to do mixed use. I just wanted to, I know nobody wants a math exercise at this time of day, but I just wanted to kind of show you the math. That's not actually necessarily true. So I assumed a 1 acre site here, and I said, let's assume that it's got, existing retail or commercial on half of it. Most of our commercial sites, the footprint of the current buildings is actually a lot less than that. So let's say you level that, you build a new building that covers about what the footprint would be, what we call the footprint, say 80% of that parcel. So that's 34,000 feet. You build a 3-story building. So your gross building size is 3 times that. You've got a 100,000 square foot building going on this acre site. Now you're going to replace that. If you just replace that existing commercial on the ground floor, that's almost most of the ground floor, but it's not quite in my example here. That leaves you here with 82,000 to fit on the floors. And you can actually see that you can do that quite easily. You still have units that are quite large, even at 100% yield. So my point being is that you can actually get 35 unit per acre density and get other uses on the ground floor within your existing zoning and height limits. It's not a given that you would have to increase the height. And here I actually used 100% yield. You could, for instance, say, well, at 95, these units would actually even get bigger. You'd have 2,500 square foot average size. Now that's a gross size, so you'd not 10%, 15% off for circulation, but it's doable. And even if you had more retail than that, even if you said, well, you know what, that's the whole ground floor was going to be that, you could basically put in this number. I won't do the math because I'm out of time, but you still actually can put the whole ground floor as commercial and still get 35 units on the next 2 upper floors. So I'm just going to suggest that you could actually go to 100% yield everywhere and maybe 95% on Mount Diablo Boulevard if that made you feel comfortable. But the quick math shows that you could do that. And I think that would actually help you quite a lot as you're getting close on some of these low and very low income units. Thank you.
Great. Colin, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Cheryl M., followed by Colby Powell.
Great. Cheryl, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I wanted to echo some of the comments before. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. This is complicated, and why I haven't spoke very much in the past is that I'm listening and learning as well. So I did some research online about some of the Southern California cities that have been dinged by HCD, and those are the cities that are actually not putting in very good housing elements. And that's not where we're going. We're actually considering a very good housing element. And I don't think HCD is going to go after us as hard as they are the cities in the LA that are not putting in reasonable housing elements. That's what the articles have said, and that's what the new, and I believe that. Second is that I have concerns about Mount Dow Boulevard, especially the south side. The neighborhoods that I live in and all the ones that are on the south side of the boulevard are all like a story below the boulevard. So if you leave it 35 units per acre, it's a 3-story building or a 2-story building, depending on how it's built. And then it's a one more story for us when looking up. So if you increase the housing density and it ends up being 4 and 5 stories, then we're looking at 6 stories just because of elevation. And I just wanted you to understand that if you haven't been in our neighborhoods, that we're often a story below Boulevard. And that was why maybe looking at the north side of the boulevard seemed kind of interesting. It's my least favorite choice, though. I just want to leave. I appreciate what the last speaker just said, and I want that to be taken into consideration. If that is true, then it seems like we don't have to upzone the Mount Dow Boulevard area. I'd rather upzone. De Silva is a beautiful piece of property, and it would be great if we didn't have to upzone it at all and just leave everything the way it was. But we need to upzone De Silva in order to help even out the distribution of all this housing. So I'm in support of upzoning De Silva. Libby made an interesting point about maybe we don't have to do all the BART parking lots and the eastern lots, and maybe if we did the eastern lots, we could include the Whole Foods parking lot. Because they're kind of on the other side of the freeway on-ramp and off-ramp there. So my goal is to just, in this very complicated math problem, to try to leave the boulevard where it's at and not upzone the boulevard. That's my first choice. But upzone De Silva, I'm not sure that BART or everybody's going back to the 40-hour work week going to work. And so I think that we could take over some of the BART parking. And from what I understand in meetings is that the BART people are willing to work with us. And if that's the case, maybe they would put us in the housing element for this year. So I think considering BART, I don't want to upzone BART, but considering our options, maybe the eastern lots would. And thank you for everything you're doing.
Great. Cheryl, thank you very much.
Speaker is Colby Powell, followed by Patty Butterfield.
Okay. Colby, welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
Good. Hey, I want to first say thank you. I've heard Chair Cervantes and committee, a lot of people giving accolades. This is an incredibly complex issue. I appreciate everyone taking the time to work on it. It's important to Lafayette, and it's important that we get it right. We coach a lot of youth sports in my family and other families around the neighborhood. And we always talk about aiming small and missing small. So to echo what some of the neighbors' comments have been, let's make sure we under promise. And what I mean by that is come in below the densities being required or requested, and then over deliver by ultimately creating the most responsible change possible, because ultimately this is forever. So I'm a father of 4, and among my many passions, I'm a scout leader, and I'm also the president of Lafayette Little League. I'd like to ensure we're looking at a really crucial element during this study, and that is open space, and specifically playing fields for youth. Throughout the pandemic over the last 2 years, we've learned a lot. One of the valuable lessons has been a reminder that we need to get our youth outdoors for their minds and bodies to develop appropriately. They just can't survive locked up inside all the time. Prior to the pandemic, I'm just going to give you some statistical examples here. In 2019, Lafayette Little League hosted over 700 Lafayette residents, and we used every available field from both the city and the school districts. We have great partnerships with Acalanes Unified and also Lafayette School District, and we used their fields, we used the city fields, we were maxed out. Now, during the pandemic, numbers went down, and now they're back. We have over 600 registered youth playing sports in Lafayette Little League this season, which is fantastic. And based on the registration demographics, meaning that a lot of the lower divisions, the youngest divisions in our league, are robust with more teams than we've seen in 10 years. I'm expecting that by next season, we're going to be well over that 700 number. And this is just one sports organization affecting one group of youth who like baseball. So what does this mean? If in fact we're considering adding 2,000 plus housing units in a dense area, then we're likely adding, I'm going to speculate, 4,000 plus youth. If you figure a couple of youth per family, we're absolutely going to overwhelm our current facilities. And I would guess by a factor of 2 or 3 or more. So when we consider this housing, let's be sure we have sufficient open space for fields to play on and to conduct what our youth needs and what our adults need, which is outdoor space. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Patty Battersby, followed by Grace Dixon.
Okay. Great. Patty, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you all for what you've done with this challenging job. I mean, I can't thank you enough. It's just unbelievable the choices that we've had to try to remain the semi-rural residential character of our town. I want to also thank you for the delivery, the comments that I've heard about trying to preserve the Deer Hill corridor for us, because again, you've heard from me, I've written letters, I think, for every meeting of our concerns of the evacuation. So I really, really appreciate that. We're in a very high fire zone, as we've said, and we're very concerned about that. In terms of the DeSelva property, I think it's a lost opportunity if that's not upzoned. Very, very much in favor of having the playing field and not over densifying it. But as a realtor, I can say that if it's zone residential, it's not a highly desirable location for single family residential being on Mount Diablo. It's 4 lanes wide. So I think that the DeSelva's lots really, really have to be considered seriously, because it just makes sense to do that. In terms of going to the HCD, I think there should be a smaller buffer. I think we're, missing the boat if we're trying to be strong and stand up for our community. I think we have to do that. And I think the yield should be 100%. We've already proved that it's over 100%. So I think that that's an area that really, really has to be changed and addressed. The other thing that I would like to say, which I realize that you probably can't count, but there are so many residential homes that have other ADUs on them. There's guest houses, there's pool houses that have been converted. The number of ADUs in Lafayette is a lot higher than anybody realizes, and I know that from firsthand. So I think for that reason, we've got to be careful about upzoning. We can't go back. I'd like to see, if BART has to be included, I'd like to see that a minimal part of BART is included. Again, if you put 835 units on that, we are going to have a tough time with our evacuation. And I think people are using it again. And I think that perhaps you look at 1/4 of it, one of the lots, maybe even in the western part, or down at the other end. But I think that it's just absolutely crazy to upzone the whole part. So with that, again, I thank you. And again, keeping in mind, let's try to keep the semi-rural residential in our minds, because we cannot correct if we make a mistake. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Patty.
Next speaker is Grace Dixon, followed by Laura Lamont.
starting.
All right, Grace, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, excellent. I'm driving. My 15-year-old is manning the buttons on my phone, but I am going to make a request. I embrace your work, and I know it's difficult. I'm going to make one small request in that the Sterling Cleaner site be taken off the opportunities list. That's my only request. It is one of our few creek opportunities, park opportunities. It's been on the DSP for, I don't know, 12 years as a park. It is not an attractive site for housing. It's a narrow lot and not enough for low income housing. I don't know if you received my presentation and letter that I gave to City Council last night, but it does reiterate something that I've spoken to you about before, in that our downtown residents have currently less than 2 square foot of parkland per resident. And the staff report 2 weeks ago estimates at least another 1,016 more children in the downtown area, again, without parkland. So just one small request: if we can remove the Sterling Cleaners site from the opportunities list. I understand and embrace the other sites, but we need to preserve our tiny little stretch of parkland that we've all had our sights on for more than a decade. And I really appreciate if you could consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Next speaker is Laura Lamott, followed by Robert Lavoie.
Okay.
And after that, I don't see any other hands raised. So if you would like to make a public comment, please be sure and raise your hand.
Great. Laura, welcome. Laura, it looks like you're still on mute. There you go.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Yep, perfect.
I apologize. Thank you. I live on Carroll Lane, and I am in agreement with the idea to not upzone and force density into downtown areas that flank neighborhoods. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Laura.
Last speaker I have is Robert Lavoie, followed by Sharon Farley.
Okay. Here he is. Rob, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for working on this. And despite an unfair and constantly changing playing field, I think that we've been able to come up with a viable plan. And I just wanted to remind us of the important objectives that we can achieve without increasing zoning, which would lead to devastating results in our community over the next few decades. So please keep this in mind as you wrap up the sites inventory. No upzoning anywhere except as mandated on the BART parking lots, and Collins' model shows a viable plan with one of the 3 BART lots, maybe 300 units included. So we might as well take advantage of the fact that they're going to force us to upzone and put some lot properties in there with requirements that the city comes up with for adequate parking and attractive buildings. Also, the De Silva site makes a lot of sense. 30 units per acre on a limited number of acres gives it a nice way to spread out the density, but also helps meet our low-income housing requirements for the very low and the low income. And I just want to remind everyone, when we talk about increasing density, that our current density is 35 units with 52 units per acre with density bonuses that almost every developer is taking advantage of. We are nowhere near developing that current density. So there's absolutely no reason that we should consider upzoning anything except for the BART and the De Silva site, because we haven't even seen the full effect of 52 unit density that's available by right for any property in downtown and along Mount Diablo Boulevard. I'd like to say that ADUs are probably the secret to meeting our very low and low income. And we need to push that number that's currently in the model. I looked at the last 3 months and the annualized rate of permits and applications is 480 to 1,100 ADUs and scattered sites. So there's lots of room there. And I think we should monitor this monthly, and we can update it in the September re-round. I want to reiterate the yield has to be 100%. We're already giving up 50% because of their rules. And we've got evidence that we have 116% over the last couple of years. Going back 5 years is irrelevant because the laws have been different back then. And so it's not even relevant. And I'm glad to see Greg Wolf's numbers coming in at 111. Retail isn't as profitable as housing, but as Colin showed with his spreadsheet, we can still get 100% yield and do mixed use, which I would like to see because I want to see our businesses not be lost by housing. Don't upzone Deer Hill, and I think we can make this work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Rob. And we have someone else as well, Sarah?
Sharon Farley will be promoted now,
Okay.
and I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this time.
Great. Okay. Okay. Sharon, welcome.
Thank you. I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I too must say how deeply grateful I am to all of you for the work that you've done. It's just commendable. And I would also like to give a big shout out to Sarah and tell her how much I'll miss her. I agree that De Silva is a missed opportunity. It's a 62-acre parcel. I'm certainly not proposing to develop 62 acres. It's too beautiful of a piece of land to do that, but I am proposing that more of it can be developed. I am fervently opposed to upzoning the downtown corridor, area 6, particularly because, especially on the southeast end, there are lots of little neighborhoods. And as Cheryl said, we are 1 story below Mount Diablo Boulevard. And so if we had 35 units per acre with density bonus, we are actually going to be in shadow for the entire day. And lastly, Colin Elliott is my hero. I think he's just an amazing citizen. I think he has contributed so well to this discussion. And I appreciate all the work that he's done too. Thank you very much.
Great, Sharon. Thank you very much too. Any more, Sarah?
I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay. So then we'll bring it back to the GPAC. I kind of want to, there's a few points or questions that different individuals raised. I kind of want to make sure we kind of like talk through those because a number of people raised good points, and I think there may be answers there that staff can help us with. There's one from my notes. I think David Clark asked this about the affordable, not being clear on the affordable housing sites. And I think this may be, I think I touched on this, but it might be helpful that maybe if someone on staff could sort of frame this, because we are not allocating specific sites for affordable housing. It's really kind of a pro rata. But I don't know if Greg or Diana, maybe walk through how we're looking at affordable housing here.
Right. We have to make sure that we have enough sites zoned at appropriate density to accommodate the lower income marina. And it doesn't mean necessarily that any individual site will have lower income, but rather that there is capacity for that. That's the math problem that we have to do. And so we want to make sure that we have enough sites to accommodate the arena plus a healthy buffer, because let's say we have a site, I'm going to give an example, which isn't really an accurate example, but let's say we've distributed units on a site that's 100 units, and we said 30 units are very low, 30 units are low, 30 units are moderate, and 10 are above moderate. If that site goes for all above moderate, we need to make sure specifically that the 30 plus 30, the 60 units that we said was going to be very low is able to be absorbed somewhere else in the inventory. And so the reason to do it this way, rather than identify a site that's like, this is the affordable site, is that if we had, let's just say that 100 units, if we had identified it as 50 units of very low and 50 units of low, and it went for above moderate income, we had 100 units, then we'd have to redistribute. So it's an exercise to try to like make sure that we can redistribute things in a way that it's effective and doesn't, ultimately, and we do it according to the arena allocation, not according to any other thing, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. If I could, there was a letter we received from Inclusive Lafayette that kind of pointed out our track record in the current cycle with very low and low income units, which is frankly very, very low. So let's say that we're into this sixth element. It's the year 2025. We haven't done a whole lot of very low income housing because we frankly need massive subsidies to make that work. What then? I mean, that might be just helpful to clarify for folks. Like, if you don't meet these big targets that HCD gave us, what then?
Well, there are two things I think that we need to understand. One is planning for housing and development of housing. And we have to make sure that we're planning for housing. But development of housing is not something that the city is directly responsible for. So if a site or multiple sites go for above moderate income, it's not a ding on the city per se, but we will have to explain why didn't we have more affordable? And frankly, just like you say, the biggest issue is there's not money for affordable. We can do an enormous number of things, which the city is doing, to accommodate and help facilitate affordable housing. But if a developer doesn't come in with it and actually want to do development, it's not the city's issue. It's really the development community's issue. Does that make sense also?
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Libby Henry has some questions on the buffer, and actually, Don, if you got a follow-up question to that, please go ahead, and then I'll.
Yeah, may I just ask Diane, if in fact we are not required, if the affordables don't get built, let's say in the first 5 years, and we've used up 50% of what we are allocating today, because the developer doesn't want to do that, we're not. What is the position when all the choice sites are taken and there's nothing left?
Well, that's why we need a buffer, so that we can make sure that if all these sites that we've have been developed actually with above moderate income or moderate income, we have enough left in the inventory that would accommodate the very low and low. So that's why we need the buffer, and that might travel into the question from Libby about the buffer.
Right. No, I understand the idea here, but I don't understand, since we're not forcing anybody to do any contractor to do anything.
Right.
I can see how we could get in a sideways to this whole thing, since we're not really developing any housing.
Right.
But
Correct.
we also have to maintain a plan that includes opportunities for very low and low income.
Okay.
There's this tie-in here, and I just want to maybe put this out as well. This is raised. Colin Elliott had this sort of in a question or comment in a letter. I think Inclusive Lafayette touched on this as well. This concept of no net loss,
yes,
which kind of ties into this. I think it might be helpful to talk us all through that, Dana, because that's something we need to be mindful of. It ties into this buffer discussion too.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned that, and let me explain. So as we've discussed, we have assigned certain parcels an income category, like very low, low, mod, and above, according to the distribution of RENA. So if a site that has very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income distribution is actually developed with all above moderate, i.e. market rate, what happens to those other units? We have to make sure that we have still in the inventory of sites capacity to accommodate the units that are quote unquote lost by this development. And what I was explaining just a minute ago was it's better to do it according to the RENA allocation, distribute units according to the RENA allocation, so that if you have, the model I said was 30, 30, 30, 10, 30% very low, 30% low, 30% mod, and 10% above mod in the example. So if it gets all developed as above moderate, then you only have to deal with the 30, the 30, and the 30, 90 units somewhere else. According to the RENA allocation, that number is actually a lot lower than 30, 30, 30. It's a much lower percentage. And so if you did decide to say, oh, this site is an affordable site, specifically like identify it, it's going to be this same like 100 units, let's say, is 50% very low and 50% low, all of a sudden you now have 100 units that you need to reaccommodate somewhere in your inventory. The idea is really here to sort of spread the units out in the inventory so that any one development site doesn't get hit with a huge loss of low and very low income units.
Great, thank you. So it's a diversified portfolio then, I guess you'd say.
Exactly.
Yeah. So this guy, I think, gets to Libby's question, and this is on the buffer. So in the big picture, these different scenarios I was putting on the board have pretty hefty buffers relative to I call it the top line number, the 2114 that we've been focused on.
Right.
So we just end up with the big numbers there.
Right.
But my understanding is, and this gets to Libby's question, I think, what really matters is the buffer on the very low income units, as I understand it. You want to kind of talk that through a bit here?
Sure. So what happens is if you have, let me go back and say, when we originally put forth a series of development scenarios that the CEQA analysis would look at, we looked at a 60% overall buffer. That is like 60% of 2,114 units. So around 3,400 units or something like that. The problem is once you start distributing units according to size, like sites that could not accommodate affordable housing because they're too small or they're too big or whatever, you start to realize that according to the income category, we actually were at a deficit for many of the very low and low income sites. So we might have overall 60%, but those mostly were above mod or market rate units. So even though we might have had an overall 60% buffer, low and very low were problematic because we didn't have enough units. And those are the ones that we have to really protect when a site is developed for something other than low or very low income housing.
Okay. And then this is the yield question here. Colin Elliott raised this. We've been sort of using this bifurcated function with 95% in the aggregate, 85% on Monticello Boulevard. The idea being, I think, to sort of like make some allowance for mixed use commercial. Right. There's the math of this. I ran this because I was trading notes with Colin on this. My math was we're talking 77 units. I think is that this differential on Monticello Boulevard is I think 77 units, 20 of which would be very low income. So that's kind of the order of magnitude here. It's not the biggest number we're dealing with, but do you want to talk through, Dana, this, why have a lower figure for the boulevard to make this distinction? What's the planning logic here?
Well, I want to defer this one to Greg because he knows the city's development patterns better than I do.
As we've noted in prior meetings, there is a loss of jobs in the community over the last 10 years. We did not anticipate in the last cycle that office parks would be redeveloped with housing and demolished the office parks. Those are big sites. So the site of Woodbury Highlands and the site of Miramore's Lafayette Lane. And the community has said time and again, we want to maintain small businesses here. We want to have commercial activity. It's not really driven by sales tax revenue, but that's certainly a consideration. But the city council has never been one to chase sales tax dollars and go after big box stores or other kind of lucrative sales tax numbers. It's really about having a balanced community and being able to serve local residents with local goods, services, stores, et cetera. And so we advocate for having ground floor commercial on our main street. And in so doing, we want to make that calculation a part of our calculation. And that it's as simple as that. We want to make it part of our calculation.
Okay. All right. And I do want to acknowledge that Rob LaFoy was talking about yield also. He's advocating 100%. I think what I had a note here, Colby Powell raised this is the open space. If we're going to increase the population, we have more young people. We want to have fields that can accommodate them. And I think this is where Carol's been a really good advocate for carving out some part of De Silva for ball fields, even though don't know where they'd be or the funding, but at least we're kind of carving out land. Any other considerations there? I guess it really De Silva is that one site where you could put a meaningful acreage towards ball fields and such. Is that, Greg, do I have that right?
That's what Carol Singer has reported, that the last opportunity is the De Silva site. There was a blue ribbon task force formed, I'm going to say 20 some odd years ago that, and maybe it's not that long ago, but that looked at hundreds of parcels and there was a field that was part of the Homes at Deer Hill, but that got overturned. So it is a sizable parcel, the De Silva parcel, and in theory, a field could go there, but it is also very much a function of property owner and the willingness to work with the city to achieve that. And I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't, but I have. So I would say that nothing in the housing elements and identifying sites where housing could go is in conflict with the city's similar desire to have parks and open space. That any piece of land in the city could be put to a multitude of uses, and we strive for a balance. So staff is not advocating housing everywhere at any cost, not at all. The general plan calls for parks in the downtown, the downtown specific plan similarly, and identified properties. However, there is that kind of implementation tool of executing on the plan, which I think, you know, we can hopefully achieve. We've kind of put forward projects in the past, but I think, you know, that's our ultimate goal, is to make it happen through working with property owners to actually achieve that open space and parks and athletic fields.
Okay, great. And so I've got a few hands up here. So I've got Christine, and then Carol, then Chris. So Christine, why don't you take it away?
Okay, so on that note, Greg, can you, so just so I'm clear on this, even if, let's use De Silva as an example, even if we carve out 5 acres for a park, we are not guaranteed that we'll get a park. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we do not carve out 5 acres for the De Silva site. Did I say Deer Hill? What did I say? I said De Silva. Oh, well, let me talk about Deer Hill then. So Deer Hill is the parcel they were going to use for a ball field being filled up with housing.
You mean the terraces?
The terraces, yeah, the Deer Hill terraces.
Yeah, which is not in the plan, in this plan.
Oh, I know, but I'm just asking. So is that where the park is that we were possibly getting if the Deer Hill Terraces project was voted in for the houses? Is the parcel or the area of the parcel where the fields were supposed to go, is that still open, or is that going to be built on?
No. The project alternative, and I apologize, I don't mean to get off on a tangent, but my point is that the city staff across the board recognizes that athletic fields are a high priority, and we try to make those come to fruition, and same with parks. And so it is not that we turn a blind eye to it, and that we had the opportunity. Staff worked diligently to make that part of the project alternative, that which took the 315 units down to 44 for the single family homes, but that isn't coming to fruition. So to answer your question regarding the terraces, yes, the field area is no longer available. It's going to be apartments.
Okay. All right. So thank you. And then to go back to my question about the De Silva site. So if we return, or if we keep all the land, the 16 acres, and we designate it for housing, not carving out anything for park, and the city in normal negotiations would come to them and say, okay, let's work together, we want a park there, would they not be able to keep the potential loss of the housing units that they would now be giving up on those 5 acres of property and just add that to one of the other areas of the parcel? Does that make sense? So in other words, we submit the De Silva site at the full 16 acres, knowing that the city is going to go and approach the De Silva owners anyway and say, we would like to have 5 acres for a park. Let's make a deal. Why is that any different? I mean, I think it would be even better because we would have made their property worth even more if we did that versus saying, okay, fine, because we don't even know if it's going to happen or not, right? So versus us cutting it out as 5 acres and then reducing the property value for the person, it might even inhibit them from building more.
Yeah, and with respect to De Silva and the park, I think that the GPAC as a whole has discussed it on March 1st and March 8th, and the decision of the GPAC was to move forward with 11 acres on De Silva, and so that's what we've brought.
Okay, you didn't answer my question though. Could we do that? I mean, would that be something that's possible? Because we're not guaranteed a park anyway.
You know, we're going to talk about De Silva in a bit.
Okay, So we can not talk, I thought we were taking questions on.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think maybe it's a good segue when we get
We'll
into
wait.
the Silva
Okay,
side.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it for me on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Christine. Carol and Chris.
More about the Silva, but are we on number 1 now? Are we on Bart and I should wait, or where are we exactly?
So we're sort of like wrapping up the follow-up to the questions and comments the public had. My thought was that if anyone has a RENA scheme that they would, or it's probably not the right word, RENA approach that they would like to put out the way that Matt and I and Stella did last week, do that. And then we're going to go and talk about BART, then De Silva,
all right,
all that.
I will wait for my comments then.
Okay, great.
That's how we're doing it.
Okay, I got Chris.
Oh, I just wanted to ask Diana if she would comment about the fact that one of the things that the city needs to be mindful of is that in every year of the element, the state will come back and take a look at what's been developed and what's remaining. So there is a really good reason to have a buffer for the VLI and LI, because you're going to be asked by the state, or we are, to show what's been developed at what affordability. And I'm sure re-asked about the buffer for the income levels that have not been built for.
Right, and I was in a online discussion with the Housing Accountability Unit, which is a new thing in HCD, and they are going to look every year at exactly what you're saying. So we have to be on top of the, whether or not we're meeting our no net loss provisions every year. So they're going to be on that. Thank you for asking about that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Christine, is your hand back up again, or is that a holdover?
Holdover, sorry.
No worries. Okay. Any other, I think we kind of talked through some of the follow-up questions or discussion from the public comments. Anything else from our group?
Jim,
Questions? Yes, Matt.
One point that came up, I think it was Libby, and it may have been one other person, and this idea of splitting the development of BART. And my understanding is from a planning standpoint, we can't do that. We can't spot zone it. Now, once and if the city is talking to BART and the developers, how much gets developed is another separate discussion, but we can't split that up from a planning standpoint, is my understanding. Is that correct, Diana?
Correct.
George, Greg, thank you. Okay.
Actually, thank you for that. So there are 4 BART parcels. So we got to zone the whole map area. That's what we do. Because we can't do one specific parcel, but for counting it for RENA, could we count one parcel, or is it all 4?
You could count less, and I just want to be clear, there's 2 BART parcels, right, but we have in area 8, 4 parcels, the 2 big BART parking lots, and then an adjacent, So, but so maybe we refer to it as
7.
area 8. Is it area 7? I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. South 8. So it's area 7.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll talk about BART in just a little bit here, but that's helpful. Thank you, Christine. You have your hand back up.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify with the BART lots, they're going to be upzoned to 75 anyway, but whether we submit it in the HCD to HCD, we can split them up. Is that right? So because we're not spot upzoning because it's going to be upzoned anyway, but we're submitting it to HCD. So it's kind of like 2 separate things, right? Greg, is that correct? Did I understand that? So we can submit portions of it, but not all of it.
The GPAC and the city has the choice to identify all of it or some of it. It will not change the zoning, as you note. 75 dwelling units per acre will go in. Matt Pease correctly states that when the project is developed, it could be done in portions or phases, not the entirety of all 11 acres built out necessarily. So yeah, the city could use a lower number than the potential 825 yield for RENA and offsites purposes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any other kind of follow-up questions here? So then we got two things. One is to extend the offer. So if there are folks on the GPAC who had been thinking through this RENA issue and have some thoughts they want to share on that didn't do it last week, so we'll not double dip. Just put your hand up and we'll talk through it. We're trying to sort of keep it to 3 to 5 minutes if that's possible. And then once we go through that, we'll go on to Bart. We might take a break somewhere in there, perhaps, just to be kind to each other. Okay, Carol, you got your hand up. You want to put your...
Is this the time to raise about the gazebo property that I raised earlier?
Yeah. I think the question was Sterling Cleaners, whether that was voted in or out. Our notes show from either the 3.1 or the 3.14, 3.8 GPAC meeting wherein there was voting that Sterling Cleaners was voted to be kept in the inventory, with Carol Singer being the only dissenting vote. So that's what our notes show.
Well, Greg, is it just Sterling Cleaner? That's one lot, or is it the parking lot, which is city owned, which is where we have plans for the park? I mean, the discussion was to leave Sterling in, but I thought we were leaving the parking lot out. That's where the park is to be. The city owned parking lot.
Our notes show that the vote was with respect to the combined area.
So not just Sterling, which is owned differently from the parking lot.
So Carol, on the spreadsheet, I see Sterling Cleaner / Peacock, 3425 Montiel Boulevard. There's 4 assessors parcel there, totaling 1.14 acres. So, however,
yeah, but the city-owned parking lot is between Peacock and the Sterling. That big parking lot is city-owned.
Yeah. So I think what I would do here is, so we took a vote on this earlier, and we're going to have to get to sort of like probably a little bit of adjustment of properties. If you want to make another run at that again, why don't we do that after we sort of work through Bart, De Silva, downtown, Deer Hill, and so on. I mean, we're talking like 1 acre here, so I'd hold off on that. So, okay. So are there individuals who would like to sort of share their thinking, their approach to RENA? I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to do that if you're inclined. And these are for folks who did not do that already. No. Oh, got Carol.
My thoughts on RENA or on the whole?
Well, I guess the idea was, different people last week put out sort of ideas as to how we could solve the RENA challenge. Like, I think mine was develop Bart, not De Silva, put it in the downtown.
Okay, all right.
Mass was De Silva, but not the down, like that.
Okay, I would like to say, looking at all of them and my own, etc., I like what Jim did, and thank you very much, Jim. That must have taken a lot of work to go through everything. But you have Bart at 75, and you left out De Silva. I'd like to say something about De Silva for Park and Rec. When we did the study of the city of vacant sites that Greg Wolf mentioned, we looked at 350 sites in the city, all the vacant lots and some others. And the only 2 suitable for ball fields were where the terraces is and De Silva. We have a great need for pickleball, has just taken off, just amazing. We need more ball fields. If you're interested in people driving, everybody drives to Wilder, which has 5 fields. If you're going to have any more space for soccer, ball field, pickleball now, it should be the De Silva property. Jim has taken it out or left it the way it is now, the zoning. So De Silva is out. And he also left out, if you look at his chart, the Deer Hill corridor, which I personally feel should be left out. It's right up against all those neighborhoods. You've heard from an awful lot of people who don't like it, don't want it. So if you take that out and then you increase area 5 to 50, that is the area between the freeway and 24. And it's an industrial area. Besides in Eileen Lane, some of those places, there's already a lot of multi-family buildings going in there already. You left the East End South, which you just heard a lot about, at the same density, no change. So to me, Jim has done a fantastic job of getting our numbers and satisfying, a lot of interests we have. One being the recreation interest, the other being the worry about the Deer Hill corridor. I would vote for his plan right now and send it to the Planning Commission. Those are my comments.
Okay, great. I've got 2 hands up, Stella and Sarah. Stella, I think you said something else, or go for it.
No, I did. I just want to ask a clarification based on what Carol just said. And this would be, I guess, for staff, Greg, Sarah. So if De Silva is not included as an opportunity site, does that make it potentially harder to attain a ball field on that site?
Oh, easier.
Would a development proposal kind of be part of the equation for achieving a ball field?
In the moment, answering the question, have not given it a lot of thought previously. The city has funds that it has collected from projects over time, dedicated to parkland acquisition and parkland development. So those funds could be used right now, essentially. I don't know the balance of those funds and if it would be adequate to purchase the area of land, but that could happen right now. But it could also happen as part of a development application, a development proposal. So I can't speak to the kind of the likelihood of the field happening without it or with it. I'd need to give it more thought and yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. When you brought up the field that was part of the homes at Deer Hill, it just made me think of that as something that is potentially feasible with the participation of a developer.
Yes, and I would say absent, I think it is more likely that it would be part of the project because that project would have its own obligation for dedication of parkland, and which can be done in actual land rather than in lieu fees. And the likelihood that the developer would want to or might be willing to, tie up some of the land without knowing what they ultimately want to do with it, that is a consideration I think that they would have without forwarding a project.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stella. I've got Sarah up.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of address the De Silva as well and probably just echo a little bit of what Carol said. I'm learned over the last couple of weeks, someone said earlier that this is one of the last open parcels. And the last. And I think if we're trying to keep our ambiance, that perhaps in this first round of negotiation with the state, we are conservative. And if there's a case to be made for not including it and not having to upzone too aggressively in other areas, I'm interested in trying to keep that open. There's not really a park in this end of town. And if we are going to be adding new families, having everyone go to what's currently existing is going to be even more crowded. I agree with that. So I've really kind of enjoyed learning about this, and I feel like we need to be kind of conservative and hold back if we can make it work with the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Carol, you got your hand up.
Well, I wonder at some point, would it be possible to put your scenario up on the screen so people can see it? I don't know how many people are actually looking at it. So
yeah, so I guess my thought was, again, the decision tree I was envisioning here was we start with BART because that's the biggest piece. Once you decide BART, a lot of things become clearer. And then another significant piece is De Silva. That's the next one. And there are alternatives there, which I sketched out in that presentation we just saw about, I don't know, an hour and some ago. So my thought was to kind of put that back on the screen so people can kind of see it and get a sense of what the trade-offs are. Because at this point, it's all about the trade-offs. So, we'll definitely want to do that. Sarah, do you have your hand back up? No. It's like one of the things with Zoom. Are there any other approaches that people want to share? So, okay. So why don't we do this? It's 10 past 8. Maybe we just take a good 5-minute break, refresh ourselves, and come back, and then we're going to start this process. We're going to talk about BART first and work our way through this. So, so steel yourselves, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right. Okay. So the thought I had here is we're going to talk about BART. We've all talked about BART at some length already, but here the idea is to figure out, do we want to put this on the RENA list, all of it or some of it or none of it? And and then at some point, I think when we've kind of maybe had enough discussion, I'm going to ask for a motion so we can then just kind of put a pin on it, and we'll take a vote. And because how we decide on BART really drives a lot of the other part of what we'll be doing. And maybe, Sarah, if I could ask you, please, if you could pull up that presentation I walked through. There's two slides I want to sort of bring us back to. The one is the BART, and the one is the decision tree number 0.1, I think. Thank you. So again, this schema assumed that the 4 BART parcels that are in the workbook, which is map zone 7A, are all included at the zoning that's required by the state per AB 2923. And as I noted, this gives us enough room for both the above moderate, the moderate, and the low income brackets, but not the very low income. We're still short there. So it's sort of it gets you a long way there, but not all the way there if all of it goes in. If a smaller portion goes in, obviously, then we need to make it up elsewhere. And if you could do the next page, thank you. And so an alternative would be if we decide not to go for BART, at least or just dismiss all of it altogether, then we need to upzone somewhere else. That's just the math. And this was one way to do it. There could be many others as well. But I wanted to frame it for people where if we don't take BART, then you've got to upzone elsewhere. And the way I worked it out, it would be upzoning, it's really the entire downtown to 50 units per acre, and De Silva to 35 units an acre. It's not the 30 we talked about, it's 35. And a little parcel on the east end to 35. And this would let us leave Deer Hill and the Dewing Brook, Rosedale area unchanged. And I also assume that we would not touch that Whole Foods parking lot, which is adjacent to BART. It's study area 7B. If you do that, then you get pretty close, although the buffer for the very low income is still is a bit on the low side. I think to make it work, you probably would want to kick up one of the downtown study areas, maybe area 5, higher than 50 perhaps. So again, it doesn't have to be that way, but it's something probably like that to make it work. So just wanted to put that out there for folks to think through, and maybe we could take it down. So again, I think it's really discussion on the idea of BART, whether it's all of it, some of it, none of it, and then I'm going to ask for a motion so we can make a decision. Anyone want to express their thoughts on this one? I've got Matt with a hand up.
Yeah, just, we've been at this for a long time, not just tonight, but over the last couple of years. And I think, we've got to remember that by putting a lot of units at BART, we've got people close to transit. It will help minimize, although certainly not eliminate, some traffic, because people can walk to BART, they can walk downtown in some cases, not in all cases, but in some cases. And it really gives us a lot of flexibility in other areas of the city that we don't have to upzone, whether it's the downtown area or Deer Hill or things such as that. So, and this is the whole direction the state has been pushing all cities, is trying to build housing around transit. And, that's why our allocation is so high. We've got this perfect opportunity to do just that, is build it around the BART area, and it takes such a large portion of our allocation. So that's why the chamber is, so focused on upzoning that area and including it in the RENA numbers. We've got parking challenges that come with it, no question about it. Not 100% sure how we're going to address all of that. We're going to have to work with the city and the developer to get that done, but it just seems like a huge opportunity. So that's our thoughts from a Chamber of Commerce perspective. That's it.
Thank you, Matt. I got Susie.
I'm in agreement with Matt, and adding to that, again, I work in Berkeley, so I see the wraparound services, but you've got all the shopping there, you've got the schools, and you've got freeway access. So it's really an ideal hub of putting that type of housing, and it's allowing more of the commercial area in the downtown. So I think the BART's a great choice for all of the reasons he mentioned, and also, all the things I'm saying as well. I think it develops it without going into the neighborhoods, which of course is what I'd like to see.
Okay, thank you. Beth?
I agree with Matt and Susie. I think BART's a great location, a lot of access to shops, businesses, a library downtown. We already have a lot of people who walk downtown. I think it's terrific. And then anecdotally, I drive down Ignacio or Treat on an almost daily basis. And when they began to build all the transit housing near the highway, near BART, on both those roads, I was actually terrified that traffic was going to become worse, and it hasn't. Right. So the people who are moving into those areas are using public transportation. Anecdotal. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments that people want to share on BART? Got Christine.
So a very important question is, what are the chances of that getting accepted by HCD in reality? I guess that's a great question and a Diana question. Or are we better off maybe submitting part of BART to get something in there? So instead of doing all the lots, maybe, they're all going to get upzoned. We learned that. But can we submit maybe 3 lots, or maybe the Whole Foods lot at 75 and the Caltrans lot, and then maybe one of the parking lots next to it on the east side? Would that be something that would be more acceptable to HCD, we don't have a lot of time to work with BART to tell them we would like to upzone the entire thing. So would we be better off breaking it up and then submitting this time part of BART? Or it doesn't matter, either we do it or we do not do it, or do it not at all. So that's a question for Diana and Greg.
Yeah, you asked what would HCD say. We don't know at this point. It's premature, and it would just be supposition to guess what HCD is going to say. But with respect to portioning it out, we're not seeing that it would matter. That I think the feedback will be what it will be from HCD, and the zoning will apply to the entirety of the property, whether the city acts or not. And so it's a question of do we want to include it or not in the arena.
So include it as a whole, not split it up.
Okay. Thanks, Christine. Carol.
I guess there are no other comments, so I'd like to make a motion that we include the BART sites, the BART lots, not the Whole Foods parking lot, in our opportunity sites for the RENA calculations.
Okay. So, and all sites. So there's a motion on the floor that we put the 4 BART parcels in their entirety on the RENA list. Is there a second to the motion? Don Jenkins seconds. Okay, so motion is made and seconded to put all the BART parcels, the 4 BART parcels, on the RENA list. I've got Anna, you got your hand up. Is there a question on the motion?
Not on the motion, but before we go to a vote, can staff just maybe clarify for the record that liaisons are not voting at this point, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have your opportunity to dig into this in a week or so.
Perfect.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. I should have said that earlier. Beat me to it. Okay, so there's a motion made, seconded to put the 4 BART lots on our RENA list. Any questions on the motion?
Jim, just to make sure for the record, we're including 7A1, those 4 sites.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the big worksheet, it's, yes, 7A1, there are 4 parcels totaling 11.72 acres.
Got it.
Those are the ones. Okay. All right, Sarah, if you could please, Renata, please call the roll and the vote.
Sure thing. Singer?
Aye.
Namrata Kaslanati?
Yes.
Don Jenkins?
Yes.
Stella Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Matt Pease?
Yes.
Beth Needle?
Yes.
Claire Cervantes?
Yes.
Sarah Blumenfeld?
Yes.
Susie Kelly?
Yes.
Christine Rasmussen?
I'm not sure. I have to think about it. So majority rules anyway.
Then abstain.
Abstain. Rasmussen. And Chris Lee. Is that a yes?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. That's everybody.
Okay. Great. So that was the first node on the decision tree. The second one is De Silva. And Sarah, if you could please pull that up. There's a De Silva slide there. And I think one that follows it. So this is decision point 2. So we've talked about De Silva. There's been some public comment on this as well. And that this scenario looked at, so you got a 62 acre parcel. Again, it goes from Monte Boulevard up the ridge to, and maybe a bit over to it touches the reservoir parcels. Current zoning, LR10 means basically you could do 1 unit for every 10 acres. So, you know, let's call it 6 homes. Again, for us to satisfy the very low and low income thresholds that are put to us by HCD, it's got to be at least 30 units per acre. So unlike BART, where we're dealing with a solid number, it could be 30, it could be more. And in this instance, I sort of did the math on our workbook where if we did BART and then De Silva at the 30, you get to the numbers on the little chart here. We're actually a little over the EIR threshold by 145 units, but we do get to enough numbers and buffers for each of the categories. So just to put that out there. And if you could do the next slide, Sarah. So an alternative, if we opt not to go with De Silva, is we got to go to the downtown. There are a number of different combinations that you could work with there. And the example I sort of put together was one where we upzone the parcels that are north of Montiel Boulevard so that we don't touch the map areas that are on the south side, flanking single-family neighborhoods. And you, at 45 units an acre for those 3 map areas north of Montiel Boulevard, plus that little east end parcel on the far end, you get to just under 3,400 units in total. There, the buffer's a little lower for the very low income. It's at 12%, 20% in aggregate. So that's something to think about. I guess to fine tune it, you could maybe take one of the map areas in the downtown, like Area 5, and put it at 50, and you get that to more of a buffer. But that's an alternative. So I think I just kind of wanted to frame it there. Maybe we could take this down now, Sarah. So if the decision is to put De Silva on the list, assuming it's at 30 units per acre and 13 developable acres, then we've met our arena number. If we don't do that, we've got to move to downtown. And that's really the choice here. So if you want to preserve De Silva as is, we'll need to look downtown. I just want to make sure that trade-off is clear. So with that, I've got a few hands up. Carol, then Stella, and then Matt.
Well, I would like to go to your calculations where you did not upzone 1, 3, and 5, or you did 5, but 1 and 3, showing how you could keep De Silva the way it is, no change, and keep BART, and you come up with the RENA numbers. I don't know that everyone has printed out that chart and has it there, because I would like to reiterate again, the De Silva property is the only space left really for any kind of sports field, or if you want to call pickleball a sports field, or any kind of sport we might have. And it fits right in there with the reservoir. I think you probably all know how heavily used the reservoir is. A sports park and a park. It could have a dog park out there also. I just think it's our last chance in Lafayette. If you really care about having any kind of further facilities for recreation, that's the property they should go on. And Jim has very nicely worked this out where it does not have to be upzoned, and we still meet the RENA numbers.
Yeah, I think for that, and parenthetically, what I pitched or presented last week was it's upzoning map area 5, which has got the greatest acreage.
Yeah.
At 50. So it's the alternative I sketched out for this group, which is spreading it out more across the north of the Boulevard map area. So, and Sarah, I think you've got the spreadsheet working. You can maybe just toggle that a bit. And I think what I came up with for that alternative was that we've met the different densities, but the buffer for the very low income is like at 12%. So we want to see if that's adequate. So maybe we'll let Sarah take a look at that, Carol, but we're really going to vote on De Silva at some point here, but I kind of want to make sure I get the other folks. I've got Stella. Carol, you're done, right?
Well, I just think before they vote, if they could see how it works.
Yep. Okay.
That makes a big difference in what you think about it.
Okay, so we'll put that on the put that up in a bit here. I want to make sure I get to the other folks that have raised their hands. I've got Stella next.
Thank you. So I have a question for staff, and then I guess some comments about De Silva. So question is, when we last met, we talked about, GPAC talked about separating the 5 acres out from the 16 and came up with the 11 for the opportunity sites list. So that was done with the ball field plan or idea in mind. Would the zoning for that 11, would that zoning be for 11 acres at a different density or for the 16?
It would be for the 11.
So this would not include the area that was intended to be for the ballpark.
Correct, nor the remainder of the 62 acres. So it would only apply to 11 acres.
Okay, so then developing on the spot doesn't preclude a ball field in terms of space.
Well, the property owner owns all 62 acres, and so they can, you know, in theory, develop the entirety of it. I think functionally and in actuality, it would be more likely clustered, and the more you spread out, the more cost you incur. So that's not to say that they wouldn't develop on the area that's not upzoned. It could have other features on it, but the density essentially would accrue, but they wouldn't be bound. The density would accrue from the 11 acres, and the likelihood is that the construction would focus within there.
Okay, so I guess just to make, I'm feeling really dense about this. If GPAC were to say to upzone De Silva, it would be just for those 11 acres, and that would leave the area for a ball field at the current zoning, which is the LR10, and then the developer owner could choose to do what they would like.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess my feeling is that with respect to thinking about De Silva as open space, that it's already zoned for housing. And so if it's not included in the opportunity sites inventory, that doesn't protect it as open space. It just maybe, well, will change the density that would occur there, that could occur there. The one thing that makes me, I guess, strongly consider De Silva is that BART has the say in their lots development. And I guess that seems like there could be an outcome where they're not ready to develop in this current RENA cycle. And that would then take those BMR units off of the table in terms of meeting our RENA allocation. And so I guess I would advocate for including De Silva as almost like a buffer against that potential that BART isn't ready to develop, so that we have in our opportunity site inventory, De Silva and BART, we come up with a pretty robust BMR buffer, which I think is going to be around 29%. I think that was in one of Jim's slides, the first option here, which I think is a pretty strong offering on the table. I guess I think the larger site also can allow a lot of flexibility in terms of the building placements and the massing. It's just more flexible. And I mean, my hope would be that as staff made a lot of effort to negotiate amenities as part of the homes at Deer Hill proposal, that there might be a similar opportunity if the developer, or if, I'm sorry, the owner of the De Silva site would like to develop it into housing. So those are the reasons why I'm in favor of including it at the 30 dwelling unit per acre minimum, which would produce 163 BMR units, 17% of our RENA allocation, and just make us in kind of that really the upper end of what I think is the minimum target range, target buffer range recommended by HCD. I think that's what is in the workbook in the red note at the bottom. Maybe Diana can just tell me if I'm reading that correctly. The target low income buffer should be at least 15 to 30.
That's correct.
Okay, so yeah, so it would put us in the upper end of that minimum target range. So those are my thoughts on De Silva.
Okay, great. Thank you, Stella. Matt.
Thanks, Jim. At the chamber, we had a long debate about De Silva. We kind of felt this was a kind of a lever point, allows you to go a couple of different ways. And we thought the advantage of upzoning De Silva is, hopefully with working with the owner, we'd actually only be developing 11 acres. We could do the 11 acres at 30 units per acre and hopefully be able to negotiate with the owner / developer for the other 5 acres to be subsidized or covered by the developer for the ball fields. Right now, we don't have the money to buy necessary acreage at De Silva at its current market value to finance a baseball field. We're not even close. Whereas if we worked with the developer / owner, we might have that enough money because they would subsidize that plus some of the money we've already got. So to me, to the chamber, it was the best way for us to still preserve much of the open space surrounding it and get the ball fields as well as the units that are necessary. What it also enables is if you do De Silva at 30 units per acre, it takes the pressure off developing the downtown area. And if you don't do De Silva, then you've got to start going to, roughly, depending how you do it, there's lots of ways to do it, is 50 units per acre, maybe on the north side. But then you're, with the density bonus, you're going to start getting buildings that are going to be 4 to 6 stories, depending how they're designed. I know there can be a big variance there. And the track record with mixed use is spotty. It does work in some cases. Certainly the Chamber of Commerce would advocate for it, but they're not as good as what we've got today, which is a lot of rich services that are offered down there. And so by increasing the density, we make that land very, very valuable to develop as housing. And our concern is it's going to greatly diminish the commercial businesses down there that many of us depend on. Otherwise, we'd be going to Concord, Walnut Creek, and things such as that. It also would enable us to take out some of the sites that we have as opportunities, like the Sterling Cleaner area for a park. Because if you do De Silva, you can actually take opportunity sites downtown out, and whether they're going strong businesses that HCD would question anyway, or you want to work with somebody to help develop those with parks, it gives you the option to do that downtown if we develop De Silva. So for those reasons, the chamber was supportive of developing or putting De Silva at 30 units per acre for the Great Wolf Memorial Trapezoid with the ballpark included in that. Smile, Greg, come on. Anyway, it better to get us close to the ballpark, less development, and saves our commercial business downtown. So that's it, Jim.
Great. Thank you, Matt. I've got Don and then Christine.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Question in regards to the De Silva, the 2 acres that are across from Oakwood that we have not talked about is a separate unit. Is there any reason that that could not just be a separate and put that in all by itself, leave just as you have done, Jim, the acreage without developing it, but keep the 2 acres separate? Why has that not been discussed?
I think that's a Greg Wolf question.
So the question that Don poses is the 2 acres to the north, essentially at the northwest corner of Mount the
next to the nursery,
Paulson Court. So currently it's zoned R10, so quarter acre zoning essentially. So roughly 8 homes at quarter acre zoning on 2 acres. Could that be rezoned to, let's say, MRA, which is further to the north? I'll bring up an image. It certainly could, yes.
Well, I'm thinking earlier, I appreciate the idea of trying to keep things in our semi-rural or the whole idea. I like what Jim has given us. I am anxious, or I suspect we will see something back from the state. If we put all of our cards on the table the first time through, we're not going to have much left to do or come back and negotiate with. And so the idea of putting those 2 acres back up, that gets a little bit more into what we need to have, but keep the whole of the De Silva out with the expectation that the state may come back and say, look, the BART stuff we can't do, or you have to do some different change. We don't have, if we put everything out, we don't have any flexibility when it comes back, it would appear to me. And so I would vote for the report that Jim sent out, with the exception of adding those 2 acres, if that's at all possible, to give a little bit more flexibility in there. And then if we have to change it, well, we have to change it. But if we put everything up at the first time, we have no place to go.
So just to follow through on that, so Greg, this is not a spot zoning. In other words, that 2 acre parcel north of the boulevard, you could change that from the R10 to whatever it is to make it 30 units per acre.
You could do 30 units per acre, but I think staff would support. Are you seeing the aerial with colors on it?
Yes.
Great. So this is our existing zoning overlay on an aerial. So you can see off to the right, Oakwood. There's multifamily buildings down at the end of Paulson Court. So that's MRA. And 35 dwelling units per acre. So to change this 2 acres, we would advocate for MRA to be consistent with the adjacent parcel.
Okay, you drag the zoning over to it basically, so that would be 70 units.
I've counted. There are 12 mailboxes down there in these 2 areas that you've got your arrow on.
Yep.
There are not that many people down there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Don, and thank you, Greg. I've got 2 hands up. I've got Christine first.
Can I go after?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Anna, please.
Thank you. I would just encourage GPAC to think carefully about De Silva. I think it's in my personal opinion, it's the site that's hardest to decide, or it's the area that's hardest to decide. So a lot of comments we have heard throughout this whole process, not just comments of speakers who have been speaking in the last few meetings, but just throughout, is maintaining the semi-rural nature of Lafayette. And I can't help but draw a conclusion to the terraces project and the controversy of development on an old quarry site that caused to the city. So just to recap, that site is 22 acres. What the project that's currently proposed at the site that is being challenged right now, but 315 units. So that comes to 14 units per acre. That's double the size of this one. This would be 11 acres. And at 30, sorry, Jim, was it 30 or 35? I lost my train of thought here on my math, but it's 385 units. So that's more units on half the size. I would hate for us to identify a site as an opportunity site. And then once a project comes online, have the community not be happy with that project since it's larger than one we're seeing on the opposite end of town that's also somewhat near a freeway, that also can potentially have similar CEQA findings. We don't know because there's no project and there's no report, but I just think that should be thought about when we're deciding if De Silva should be included or not. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Christine, do you want to catch up, or I got Carol?
Go ahead and take Carol's comment.
Carol,
Well,
please.
wait, I just have one question.
Okay.
So I guess what are the chances of us getting a ballpark and all of the, I guess the pickleball court and all that? What are the chances of in reality of us getting that without upzoning this property? I mean, realistically, I thought Matt had a good point. Where are we going to get that kind of money? Because I think it's going to be a lot. And didn't De Silva already donate some land to another nonprofit already for the cancer holistic cancer center? So
Starting with the second question, no, De Silva did not donate land for the cancer support community. That was an entirely different property owner, different property owner.
Okay.
And so whether it happens now or later, I think there would probably have to be an upzoning to achieve the ball fields, but that needn't happen at this moment in time. I think you're discussing an option which doesn't change the zoning on this property. And so it would maintain the status quo and still have the possibility of achieving what has been articulated by Carol Singer and others. So I'll just leave it there.
Thanks.
Okay. Carol, I've got you up.
Before we leave, can we vote on the option of what Don Jenkins brought up, of that we upzone the northern De Silva property?
So,
period. Just
yeah, Don raised an interesting idea. I kind of thought it was all one, but I gather from Greg's comment, you could make it would be 35. It would be the same zoning as the adjacent parcels, so it's 35. So it's a slight difference.
the MRA.
Yeah. So the I had looked at the math where if you took the entire 13 acres at 30, it was 370 units. The part that would be the south amount, the boulevard, I calculated that at about 313. That's at 30 units to the acre times the 11 acres times our 95% yield. So 313 or so. That's the south side, and then the north side adds another 70 units, I think is what the number was. So I think that, so we can maybe talk about that more fully in a bit, but let me I want to make sure I get through kind of all different questions and comments here. So anything else, Carol? Otherwise I go to Chris.
No, I just thought we should settle the issue.
Yeah, we
Where
will.
we are.
Yeah. Chris, do you want to go?
Yeah, I was thinking about the development and the ball field in the same area, and we don't know where exactly these will occur, right? And we've got the polygon, but do we know where the development will it be on the, if you're facing, let's see, if you're facing south, will the development be on the your left-hand side or right-hand side? Do we know where everything will be? Because one is going to happen before the other. They're probably not going to happen together.
We don't know. No.
We don't know.
Okay.
And even the Parks, Trails and Recreation is still in its really conceptual schematic design of just doing that very schematic rough site planning for what it potentially look like. But we would need to involve the developer, and I'm happy to reach out to them to discuss it. But we don't know.
I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't know anything about developing a ballpark, but it might have special considerations that could be taken away by a developer that decides on the 11 acres they want. So it's hard to talk about, but it seems like there could be a problem down the road because you're planning for two different developments.
Well, we're not really planning for any development. We're really
Right.
just trying to assume that there's X number of X number of acres and X number of units that could go on those acres. Where they go, we don't have to know at this point.
Okay. All right, so it's unknown, or at least unclear. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments or hands? I guess I'll sort of chime in, and then we should take a look at this alternative, which is, so this is a bit of a Sophie's choice, honestly. I mean, because you've got De Silva on the west end, and to Anna's point, I think she's right. When you look at the area south of the boulevard, with the densities we're talking about, it's about 315 units, which is coincidentally the size of terraces. So we're looking at terraces west, in an area that is frankly, arguably, has more habitat on it than the terraces site does. I mean, that was a disturbed site, former quarry. And here, again, it's 60 acres. So we're kind of talking about a much smaller piece, the 11 acres, that's more or less flat as it goes uphill. But when you walk it, Christina and I did this last Friday. Right now, of course, everything's green. It is a bit of God's green acre. So it's the last piece of open space, really on the west flank. And if we set it up for housing, then, that area could be gone. It's a trade-off. And I will note that on the terraces site, the homes, the other alternative project that failed, which I guess was in the referendum, had ball fields, had a dog park, had other amenities, and it was all. And when that lost and terraces went back, that there was litigation was filed there. I would probably lay odds at any value that if the Deer Hill site was going to get developed, there'll be a sequel lawsuit. I think you can sort of bet on that. So that's kind of what I was thinking. I think this, as much as it's really convenient to be able to solve our problem with just De Silva, you're going to have, I think, other issues that come into play. I looked at the alternative of adding density in the downtown. I like Don's idea of actually that one parcel on the north side adjacent to between the Orchard and Oakwood. That you could do that. It really doesn't disturb the field for the southern portion. So that's kind of why I was opting for more of the downtown. If you could add density, you put it there. It's more walkable to other amenities than. Whereas at De Silva, you got to drive. Now, granted, you probably get off the freeway, head to downtown, and get off, on First or whatever. So that to me is the trade-off. I think Matt made a good argument with respect to the impact on commercial. I get all that. But like I said at the outset, this is a bit of a Sophie's choice. So I don't know if, just to help kind of frame an alternative for folks, if Sarah, you've got the alternative up, or else I can maybe just do it on my screen and pop it so you can see what the trade-off is. But I had looked at map area 5, which is the north of Mount Diablo Boulevard from like First Street, across the street from Whole Foods, all the way to the end on the north side. That was kind of what I was looking at, because it's got the greatest amount of developable opportunity sites. So I could do that in a second here. But Christine, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I had a question. So right now we have an 85% yield. Is that right? What would happen if we up that to at least 90%? I was just running some numbers in here. So with an 85% yield, we get 14% buffer without De Silva, but having BART. So if we up the yield to 90%, would that let us leave everything downtown at 35? Does that make sense?
So leaving De Silva out of the
So we leave De Silva, but keep that 2 that you're talking about, that Don was talking about. We up it to 90% yield. Would that help with the buffer? Because I think it's a little too low if we have it at 85% yield, but if we raise it to 90%, which isn't very much, then we get 30. Then we could leave the 35 downtown. Because they're going to be using density bonus, we know that. And I'm just really worried about upzoning stuff downtown, and also, what Matt's saying, right? We got to be a little careful about that.
If it pleases the chair, I'm happy to bring that up.
Okay.
What Christina's asking. So are you seeing the workbook?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I believe this is the outcome with BART is in. The large De Silva is out. The 2 acre De Silva is, I didn't change that to, kind of could check that, but this is roughly the number. So let's go confirm. De Silva. So the large parcel is out in row 82.
Yeah.
Small one is in 83.
You need, cell L82 has got to be at 35. Or okay, there you go.
But
That's more than I was coming up with, I think.
but scattered sites are increased to 35. The east end. Are we going to do the whole thing, or just what are we doing?
Craig, you got to be.
If we do what Jim did, map area 5 goes to 50, and scattered sites goes to 35.
I was simply putting in the parameters that Christine asked about right there, but I'm happy to.
I don't see how you can take De Silva out and still get a 35% buffer.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
De Silva needs to be 0. I think it was still 20, but
right. But
the small one was 35.
But this okay.
Wait, where? Yeah. Or do we leave it what it is currently? Is it 20 currently? I don't know.
So it yields in column T 0.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Christine, you were talking about increasing the yield everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So using a 95% yield,
Right,
even
exactly.
in on Mount Diablo. So that's not coming up in this right
Yeah,
now, I don't
Oh,
think.
I apologize. It is. She had noted using a 90% yield on the boulevard.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't get
Okay,
as much.
90 or 95. I thought I heard 95, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Initially it was 95 and then it was, she said 90. So I'm happy to change either of these to see what the outcome is, but
Yeah. I don't get as much in my spreadsheet as you show here. And leaving the density in the downtown areas at 35. So
okay.
maybe just take a look at that in a second, just to proof it. And my sense was that going from the 85% density on the boulevard to 95 only increased the total by 70 units. I mean, that was the math I did earlier on this. So it's not a big swing. So maybe we just need to double check that. And I've got something I could put up on the screen in a second, but I want to make sure I got Matt. You got your hand up.
Well, I don't know how Greg's getting these numbers. We're not doing this right. We've got to have a consistent way of looking at this.
Yeah. I come up with a number which is lower than that when I did it. So not to have dueling spreadsheets, but I was looking at 35 in the downtown, 75 at BART, 35 on that 2-acre parcel, and I get like a 10% buffer on the very low income. So I could put something on the screen if that's helpful for folks, but you kind of want to make sure we're dealing with the same thing here. I think the answer is that you just end up with a tight buffer for very low income. And from what I've heard Diana say about this, we want something a little more robust. I kind of think you need to assume that you've got to increase it's not a free ride here. It's either De Silva or you've got to increase density in the downtown. And if you adjust the yields upward a bit in the downtown, it still doesn't get you there. That's my sense of this. Let me just do real quick. Sorry for all this, guys. I could try to do a screen share here in a bit if that's helpful, but Stella, you got your hand up.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask Jim if you could just tell us what your numbers are when you have them.
All right. So what I did is I assumed that we had 35 across the board in the downtown, 75 for BART for the 4 parcels. We've got 35 in that 1 2-acre site for De Silva. It's called De Silva North. And there's that little east end parcel, that 35. I came up with 660 very low income units. It's 599 is the RENA target, so we have a 10% buffer. Everything else is fine, but so it's kind of there, but not. I think the 10% buffer is frankly low, and may not be a prudent move for us to do because it just, you lose a few sites and then we start to have problems down the line, which is the point that Diana was making. So so maybe the alternative is if, as I sketched out earlier, you did map area 5 at 50 plus that 2-acre De Silva North parcel, you get to a very low income buffer of 16%. It's a total of just under 700 units. Everything else is fine. So that, I think, could be maybe a credible alternative, but I think we just need to realize that we're looking at, if you don't take DeSilva, you've got to upzone something in the downtown. Could be map area 5 at 50, or maybe those northern parcels, I'm sorry, northern map areas, North Mount Dale Boulevard map areas to 45, but somewhere in there. I just don't think you get out of it without doing an upzone in the downtown. So does that help us
And
still?
Jim, you changed yours to 90? You did? I'm getting all sorts of wacky numbers on mine now.
Yeah, I did it with 90 there too.
You did it with 90 on, okay.
Yeah, 90 in the on Mount Dale Boulevard. I don't think that actually changes the numbers dramatically, Christine. So one just a second.
I mean, I'm getting all sorts of wacky numbers in all three of my spreadsheets because I downloaded it several times and they were always a little different with different errors in them. And now it's all messed up. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure, you're running with a copy that's good. So at 90%, still not getting it.
Yeah. So I think that, again, I'm focusing on the very low income and sort of the buffer. At 90%, that buffer is like 16%. At 85%, which is what we've been using, it's at 14%. So that's the order of magnitude swing. It's a couple of percentage points. So that's really fine tuning it, I'd say.
But okay.
But the bottom line is that if you don't do DeSilva, you've got to upzone something in the downtown. Whether it's, there's a few different ways to do it, but that's the trade-off. So big picture, that's what you're weighing here, I'd say. Whether it's a 95 or 85% yield doesn't matter so much. You still have that's the big decision. So I've got Stella, your hand's still up, or is that?
Yeah, just to clarify. So I think I also ran numbers, and at 95, it comes up with a 19% total buffer for BMR.
Okay.
Or 19% combined. So is that in line with what you were talking about?
Intuitively, it would be. I had 90%. That got me to 16. So if you kick it up, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me.
Okay, so that's similar, I think, isn't it, to what we were talking about with not DeSilva?
So
yeah, maybe I'm getting myself all tangled up here. I thought we were looking at, was it your proposal that came up with 19 or close to that combined buffer for the
20.
BMR?
I think it's 20.
Yeah, so very close to 19. So, I mean, I guess what I'm looking at is if you go 95 yield on everything, add in the North DeSilva parcel, the 2-acre parcel, 35 everywhere else, you end up with 19% BMR buffer versus the 20 that you have. So it's pretty comparable.
yeah, I think what I was referring to is that included map area 5 at 50 units. If everything's at 35, Bart at 75 and DeSilva is only that 2-acre parcel, I had a 12% buffer for the very low income, and that was using a 95% yield. So I think that
then something must be mixed up on mine. I was using 95% yield.
All right.
35 across the downtown, 75 Bart. Only the DeSilva 2-acre at 30.
Yeah.
All of map area 13, and then that outlier on Pleasant Hill Road.
Yeah.
And that comes up to a total of 3355.
Okay.
And of that, 19% is the BMR buffer.
Yeah.
Is that not?
That's what mine's showing.
Ballpark?
Mine's showing that as well.
You know what? We're in the weeds on the spreadsheet, and
call for the question.
Kind of so.
Well, just want to raise that it's just an alternative to get to the 20% VLI that you have in your proposal. It's an alternative that means you don't do anything with the downtown map area zoning.
Yeah, I just
That's
didn't.
all.
So I guess I'd say if we want to proof this out, I really don't want to have a couple alternatives. One of which is we could take just a 5-minute break and maybe with Stella and you and Greg, whatever, whoever wants, we could just take a look at these spreadsheets and make sure they line up. Because what we're really talking about is the alternative to De Silva. I think the notion of Don's idea of the De Silva North piece at 35 kind of makes sense. Why not? And so the question is, can we solve this problem without De Silva with different yield assumptions, or do we need to upzone downtown somewhere, which is what I think. So I don't want to have this entire group just waiting for people to figure a spreadsheet. So I've got Anna, you popped your hand up. I want to hear you and then Chris. So please.
Yeah,
I know.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. So before taking this potential break, would it make sense to maybe, Diana, put you on the spot here, Diana or staff, city staff, to chime in on their thoughts on adjusting the yield along Mount Diablo to 90? Right, Jim, was I hearing that potential option correctly in terms of the numbers? Only so that if you guys are looking at it, we know going into it, because I believe staff's recommendation originally was not 90 along Mount Diablo, correct?
Right, it was 85.
And so I would just hate to spend a lot of time looking at a scenario that potentially might not be supported. I guess we don't know yet what HCD is going to support 100%. We don't have a crystal ball, but just throwing that out there, if it's worth staff chiming in on that thought. The thought of adjusting the yield because we've decided we should.
We're happy to make the case, and certainly the commercial space may not be the full depth of the project, the full lot. I mean, you see this at Merrill Gardens, for instance. That is a project that had commercial ground floor, but it doesn't go the full depth of the lot. It's relatively shallow. It need not go the full depth. So it's hard to know what HCD would say, but I mean, we've demonstrated above 100% for pure residential. So I think we can make the case for 90 on the boulevard with commercial ground floor, particularly in the core area. And if need be, we can revise it downwards as directed by HCD, but we're happy to make the case.
Okay. Actually, I got Carol and then Chris.
Well, I just like to say again, Jim, you had a wonderful little scenario here showing it. I think it would be helpful, and maybe with the map, to put it up on the screen so people know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think what I ended up with was a 12% buffer for the very low income. I think ideally it'd be a little bit higher. So that's why, but I'm getting different figures from Stella, and our numbers have been in sync on this so far. I want to make sure we stay there because this is pretty important, which is why I think if we're going to get in numbers, I'll take a 5-minute break just to proof it out with what other folks have. Because this is like the alternative to De Silva, basically. So I got Greg, you got your hand up first.
We support that approach, but I wanted to ask Diana to weigh in on, so you're speaking about a very low income buffer, and the spreadsheet looks at an aggregate or average between very low and low income. And so which should the group be focusing on, just very low or very low and low?
I think the aggregate is really important because I think that's what HCD really wants to know. But if any single income category like very low is super low, that's problematic. I think we want to make sure that we don't have, 2% or 3% in very low, and that we can accommodate it, even if the average is 20%. I think we really need to make sure that we don't have a super low amount in the very low income.
Above 10%, okay, even if it's 12?
Yeah, I would say so, as long as the joint between low and very low is like 30%, 25, 30%, somewhere in there. I'd be okay with that. I think we can justify that.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Anna, could you just repeat that again? I'm sorry. You said the joint would be 25 to 30?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
So the combined very low
Correct.
unit percentage.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's toward the high end of that target.
Well, each category
buffer.
is, each CD is not looking now at each category individually. They're looking at low and very low together. And actually, they just submitted a new spreadsheet where we have to do our inventory of sites, and they're aggregating low and very low, and they're aggregating mod and above mod. That's new. So they're really looking for and we kind of predicted that they were more interested in low, very low together. So if very low is 3% and low is 10%, and the average between the two is like 6%, we're not happy with that. We need something that would be much higher than that. That's really
Okay,
what we
but
need to go for
and you were saying 20 to 25%
overall. Yeah.
overall in the very low.
Or if it were more than that, I'd be really excited.
Yeah, this would be a minimum. Okay.
Not sure we're going to get there.
Okay.
Chris, you got your hand up.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to run the numbers during the break. So I just want to go through the parameters. If you would just tell me what they are.
So I think we assume 95% overall yield,
Okay.
90% on the boulevard. And maybe for a base case, we've got everything at 35. So I think no change in density except for the BART lots at 75.
Mm-hmm.
The De Silva North parcel at 35.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of De Silva is kind of zeroed out.
Right.
And we'll see what we got. And
okay, so no bumping up the east end to north to 50.
no, I would put the east end at 35. It's only an acre, but it helps a little bit.
Okay.
Yep. So, so maybe I think if for those who want to look at a spreadsheet, stick around. But maybe we just take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at that. And maybe what I'll do is I could put up my screen here and share it if anyone wants to see it. So we'll see if I can actually pull that one off.
Is there any chance that in order for us to get on the same spreadsheet, you could send me yours? You're doing the Excel file, right? So could you copy it, send it to me so at least I have it?
Okay.
We should just put it up on screen and then we can post it after the meeting.
I think that might be easier. Yeah. So, okay. So 5 minutes, we're going to try to nail this down so we can figure out kind of what ends up with the rest of us here. Let's see if I can get this on my second. Okay, can you guys see this?
Yes, I can.
All right,
Oh,
so
we're seeing your Windows Explorer browser, the files window.
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Can you see
Feedback documents.
Can you so you can't see the spreadsheet?
No.
No, you're gonna want to change your what window you're sharing.
All right.
You can share your whole screen, which might make it a little easier.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Let's see if I can. Okay.
We're seeing
Now.
the spreadsheet.
There we are.
Now you got it?
Yes.
So walk through assumptions. Here's the yield, 94% overall, 90% for the boulevard. And then sliding over to the various map areas, you can see they're all at 35 along the downtown. Bart's at 75. That other area is 7B is 0. Deer Hill's at 0 or no change. And then we've got De Silva South at 35 right there. And the north part is zeroed out. I've got the map area 13 unchanged, it's 35, and then that east end site at 35. The scattered sites are unchanged. So that's sort of the look. What I come up with is this.
Is that's the output at the bottom of that spreadsheet?
Yeah, I could go back there. So sorry. So
okay.
Here's my output. I got an aggregate of 18%. The buffer for the very low is at 10%. So it's a little tight, I'd say. You know, it could be something where if you pitch it to HCD, do they say great, or they say, you know, too aggressive? And if you were to, so the idea I had earlier was to increase the density in one of the downtown map areas.
5.
I put it at
Yeah,
50.
I don't get the same numbers, unfortunately. They're pretty close, but I don't know what's wrong with my spreadsheet. I just downloaded the new one, so it's all like as it was from the link in the packet. But I just don't come up with exactly the same thing as you, and I don't know why.
Are you close, or is it?
Yeah, it's close. It's close, but not exact. So, you just changed something, I think, on yours,
I
right?
did.
It used to be 18.
I put map area 5 at 50, which was what I had pitched or proposed last week. If you do that,
before you made that change, it was 18, right?
yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's where it's not matching up on mine. I don't know why, but mine is 17. Yours is 18. My buffer is, the total is 3327 on you and 3315 on me. So not much. Small, but I don't know why.
All right. Okay, so
that makes, I guess, that makes the case, the argument, or the numbers for don't change downtown, use the 2 acres on De Silva, and use BART, and then what do you end up with? You're at 17 total.
Or 18 in my case, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think there's the 95 that Christine had mentioned first, and that's why I was
let's go
with that, but that gets you to 19%. So
I've just kicked up the density to 95 across the board, and the buffer goes up. It was at 18 and it went to 20, so which kind of makes sense that this like play here.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. It looked pretty similar to what you had in your other plan.
Right.
So the 20 and then about 60 buffer on the total.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So it's really just like 2 alternative approaches, I guess, with changing the yield in downtown.
Yeah, and to Elliot Hudson's point, it's a negotiation process with HCD. I think he's right on that. And so if you pitch it at 95% across the board, that's one outcome. If you pitch it at, I know where Dano's coming from at 85%, you're on like really defensible ground when it comes to dealing with HCD. Then they're looking at this and they're probably saying that's not enough. So
yeah, I guess it was just an interesting slide or spreadsheet that Colin Elliott put up today. I took a screenshot of it because I knew I was gonna want to look at it a little more carefully, which was his kind of case, I guess, for mixed use and how that would occupy the parcel.
Yeah.
how the build would be, and then what your actual net for residential space would be.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think for me, I may be looking at the optics here now, if you assume the 90% yield, again, you're at 18% overall. I think that's low from what I hear from Diana. And even if you go to 95%, then you're 20. Is that enough? I have no idea. So
Yeah.
the approach that I had suggested was, sorry for running around here so much, back to map area 5. Even if you put that up to 40, so there's a slight increase in density there, then I kind of think you need to do something in the downtown. It's not a free ride. So there is a
I mean, well, yeah, De Silva or Yield or somewhere.
Right. And
obtain those units.
Yeah. So I think it's like map area 5, moving up the density from 35 to maybe 40. That gets you this outcome here. And I think what's the density? I got 95. And Greg, you're going to have, or Danny will have to tell us where, how that might land with HCD. Sarah, I think you got a question.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you upped areas 1 and 3 to 40. Where does that put us? You had talked about that in one of your scenarios, was increasing the density there.
Yeah, I think that probably does it. So if you did, this is map area 1, this is 3. And I've got map area 5 at 40. So they all go up by 5. I kind of think that probably does it. What's it? Yeah, you're fine.
Your yield is still at 95.
Oh yeah. Let's try and just move it to 90. It's still
in the 20s.
In the 20s. I mean, you could say.
So wait, what were your assumptions again? It was map area 135.
135 at 40. The buffer at 90% on the boulevard, and the De Silva North parcel at 35. East parcel 35, part 75. And this is the outcome. I mean, it's in the buffer's at least in the 20% range. No.
Yep, pretty close on mine.
Okay, that's good to hear.
By 10 or 15. I don't know where those missing things are. It doesn't. There's something that's set to, like, what is yours is less than mine or more than mine? Let me look.
Yeah, this reminds you of one of these, like,
more than mine.
Okay.
I don't know.
This reminds me of one of these late night business school study group projects. So anyway,
yeah.
Except for on Zoom. Carol, I think you got a question on something.
Yeah, on yours, you did not change Deer Hill. You left
correct
Deer Hill out. Is that what's in this? And you had 20% only. You only got what? You got 22 here.
Yeah.
Deer Hill out of what you've been doing now.
Yes, Deer Hill is out.
Okay.
And there's no change to the downtown south of the boulevard parcels.
Good.
There's no change to that Dewing Brook, the Rosedale area, south of Mount Diablo Boulevard. It remains the same.
No change, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I kind of think, again, I think you need to put more density in the downtown to make it work if you want to take this alternative versus De Silva. And Matt.
You have the 50, right? Or did you just go to 45?
40.
On 5, map area 5.
And this scenario looked at also map area 1 and 3, so I could change it. Matt, you've got something.
Well, is Carol done?
No, I'm not. Thank you, Matt. What happened to 5? On this one? What is 5, Matt?
When I had
here.
put something out last week. I had suggested map area 5 at 50, leaving everything else in the downtown unchanged. You do that, I think you're fine.
But on this map you have up on the screen, is it still 50?
It's back at 50 now for map area 5.
Okay.
All the other map areas that downtown remain the same at 35.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Matt?
Jim, in your model, you've got every single business down there identified as an opportunity site, right? Like Ace Hardware Annex, the car wash.
Not Ace Hardware.
Yeah, the annex.
The annex.
You got the annex.
So that's actually map area 6. That is at 35, but that's right. They are listed as opportunity sites, Matt.
Right. Same with the car wash, I think.
Yep.
No, they're in area 6. They're south of Mount 5.
Yeah, but it's still an opportunity site.
Yeah.
Carol, it's my question. It's still an opportunity site, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
car
Hey,
wash?
Jim,
yeah, Matt.
I think I'm barking up a wall here. What this does is, whether it's on the north or the south side, it targets a lot of very active businesses and makes it even more attractive to develop them. And one of the advantages of developing De Silva is it takes the pressure off losing those businesses by getting developed. Doesn't matter what's on the north side or the south side. By increasing the density on the north side, you increase the likelihood this is going to happen on the north side, but it's still very high that it's going to happen on the south side. So it really can be devastating to some of these businesses. They just can't compete with housing if we, by identifying them as an opportunity site or increasing the density.
And just to Matt's point, we're sensitive to losing businesses as well, as I mentioned earlier. Whether De Silva is included or excluded, if the zoning in areas 2, 4, and 6 south of the boulevard doesn't change, including De Silva or excluding De Silva doesn't change the equation of whether a property on the south of the boulevard would redevelop. The calculus remains the same. But your point of, if density were to increase, arguably on the north side, it would change that calculus incremental, yes.
Matt, your points, I think, is a very good one. So I don't know if everyone's back now. You could do a report out on this. I can't quite tell on my screen here. I think everyone's back. So I think we've got the numbers worked out. The De Silva scenario is kind of what we presented earlier. This alternative was one where we increased the yield along Montiel Boulevard to 90%, so it's up a little bit. And with respect to all the different map areas, we had kept them in the downtown at 35, so they're unchanged, except, so let me just do that. And then we got BART at 75. That Whole Foods employee parking, left that alone. Deer Hill's left alone. The only part of De Silva we're looking at is the that's not good. The part that's on the north side, which is at 35 units of the acre, and then that whole area south of the boulevard at Dewing Brook, Rosedale's unchanged, and the little parcel on the east end, we would put that at 35. So you do all that. In my calculation, at least, you end up with an aggregate buffer of 18% for the very low income, which is probably a little bit on the low side. I kind of think you need to increase the density in the downtown somewhere. The suggestion I had was to sort of focus that on map area 5, which is north of the boulevard. And I think that let me go there. So with apologies, make sure I'm in the right place. I mean, if you put it to 45, then you've got numbers that I think probably work, because the buffer for the low, very low is at 22%, so it's in the range. So I think that may be the way to think about this. I'll stop the screen share. Where the decision is, I think Don's suggestion of like that north of Mount Diablo Boulevard piece at 35 makes sense. It's really, do we want to allocate housing to the south of De Silva site, or increase density in map area 5 to, I think I had it at 45. It's a trade-off. I think that's the consideration here. Stella, you got your hand up, and then Christine.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I don't think we should get stuck on map area 5.
Okay.
I think that was in your original proposal from last week, but it could easily be spread out across the 135.
That's true.
I think putting 5 up, raising 5 up is sort of out of sync in a way with the rest of the downtown. So it's very far on the far end away from downtown. So I just don't think that would be advantageous from a planning perspective, from a kind of shape of the city perspective. But I want to say I just agree with Matt that businesses in the city have a really challenging environment. And I think we're already sort of working with, just a difficult slate. We have this list of opportunity sites. We tried to be really careful about what we're including, and now we're trying to adjust the densities to basically work with the arena that HCD has given us. And I think if we can at all try to preserve some of the opportunity for those commercial businesses to be in those spaces, I think we should. And so if we can accommodate that by increasing yield potentially a little bit, then I think that would be a good way to go. It's also why I was advocating for the use of another location, De Silva, which is already zoned for housing. So I just wanted to put my thoughts out there about what Matt said.
So I've got hands up. I kind of think it would be, at this point, we're close to, maybe after we hear from folks, get a motion on the floor about De Silva. And then we decide what we're doing with it, because it's going to be De Silva or do something in the downtown. I think that's, people will figure that out. So I've got a pair of hands. I got Christine and then Beth, and then maybe we should do a motion, make a decision.
So what was your final number on there? Was it 45 or 40?
So
22.
I think what my math would indicate, I think that you could do 45 in map area 5, or maybe increase the map areas north of Mount Diablo Boulevard to 40 each. I think either way gets you there. I think you can. The point is that there's going to be some increase in density in the downtown if we do not do the De Silva site parcel. I think that's the decision. So lots of good arguments on both sides on that.
I agree with that, but also, a little bit does matter, right? So, if we're pushing for more than 18% on the numbers there, and you wanted to go into the 22 range, then we are talking about upzoning to 45 instead of 35 or 40, right? And so now that changes the consideration and how we're going to deal with the De Silva, if we think about what Matt said, right? So can we decide if we want 18 or 22%? I feel like we need to determine what we want to do with the downtown, right? And how much yield we want to have. Or, what do you call it? Let me see. If I can find it.
Well, I think
Yeah, the buffer, right? Because we were okay with 18, right? And then it was at 40 or 45. Now it went to 20. That's so weird. What's going on with my computer?
So I guess we got a couple of different ways that we could approach. If we don't do De Silva, we could approach the downtown. You could spread it over, say, 3 map areas at 40. That gets it done. You could probably do map area 5 at 45. That gets it done. Either way, there's an increase in density. So I think the decision is, do you want to do upzone De Silva South and leave it, and then we're done, or not do that, but understand that we've got to upzone some part of the downtown, whether it's 1 area or 3, or more. That's a decision to make. So I think the decision ought to be: do we want to get De Silva upzoned or not? And maybe Beth, and then I think I'll hear a motion.
Hi, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to agree with Matt here. Anybody who spends a lot of time downtown understands the need and the viability for a strong business core. And maybe with the help of staff a little bit, we can talk about all the new construction that's about to take place downtown and the density and the traffic it's going to bring around First Street and Mount Diablo, Madison Park, on Golden Gate Way. So it's already encroaching and busy, and I consider BART downtown as well. So you're going to begin to overshadow some of the neighborhoods, behind Golden Gate Way and behind Mount Diablo. I like the idea of spreading Lafayette a little longer, and using De Silva. Anyway, just my opinion.
Okay, great. Carol, and then we're gonna do a vote.
Yeah, are we voting out? We have taken Deer Hill out.
So,
all right, I mean, how are we vote? We're voting to put De Silva in or out with Deer Hill in or out.
Okay.
Where's
so
Deer Hill?
What I was envisioning was that we would take a vote on whether we include Deer Hill, and maybe to be specific, it would be Deer Hill North at 35 units to the acre, Deer Hill South, which is 11 acres at 30. That would be it. And understanding if we do that, then we don't need to touch Deer Hill because we will have solved our arenas done.
Jim, I think you meant De Silva.
Did I? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You just confused me.
This is what happens when you get past your bedtime, folks.
So we're voting on De Silva.
We're voting on De Silva. My apologies.
Not
Deer Hill.
Not Deer Hill. I probably kept on saying that, and it only succeeded in confusing everybody listening to this call. So my apologies on that.
With Deer Hill out.
Yeah. So Deer Hill, if we upzone De Silva, then Deer Hill is out. Okay. If you upzone the 1 or 3 downtown parcels or map areas rather, Deer Hill is also out. So Deer Hill's out under both of those scenarios. We could take a separate vote on Deer Hill, but I kind of think it's out. So.
Okay, because
all right. Christine, is something new, or I want to get to a motion?
Yes.
Well, I think we need to discuss this 18% buffer. Are we happy with that? Because if we're going to go to 50 downtown, I'm not going to vote De Silva out. Right? Are we happy with 40 downtown on areas 1, 3, and 5? Or because if that's going to happen and we're going to have to raise this from 18 to 22, which you had on your last screen, then I'm not going to say yes to leaving De Silva out. I think we need to talk about that.
Okay.
So I kind of feel like we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here. So are we okay with 18% at 35 an acre on 1, 3, and 5 and all the downtown? And if we're not, then let's talk about that. Because if it's going to go to 50, I'm going to say no. We should look at De Silva.
Okay. So 1 second. My apologies. The
Hi, Ted.
the outcome I had was if you had only map area 5 and it was at 45, you got to 22% aggregate buffer, which Diana can correct me on that, but I think that's in the range of where we want to be. And that's leaving the balance of the downtown unchanged, and we don't touch Deer Hill. If
Deer
you
Hill,
go,
DeSilva.
pardon me?
Was it Deer Hill or DeSilva that we don't touch?
Okay, so I think under all these scenarios, we're not touching Deer Hill, and we could take a vote on that if folks want. But again, the trade-off is DeSilva North at 35 to the acre. The question is whether we want to do anything with DeSilva South or do something in the downtown. One option in the downtown would be map area 5 only. And by my spreadsheet, if we had it at 40 to the acre, then you end up with a buffer of like at 20%. It's kind of what my math was. We'd have to have Stella check me on that. But, you know, whether that's, that may be a little thin from what Diana was saying, but that's the order of magnitude. I think maybe the way to sort of like look at this, just to make, if you want, we want clarity, is to say that the approach probably would be map for the downtown. It might be map areas 1, 3, and 5 at 40, and I think get you to where you need to be. So maybe if you want to make it binary, that would be one way to do it. So it's either do DeSilva South or we'll do downtown and we'll figure its map areas 1, 3, and 5. I think they're going to 40. So, because I want us to sort of make, there may be a consensus for DeSilva already, I don't know, but I kind of want us to make a vote on this.
Okay, so did Diana say the 18 was enough, or she said it was? I thought I was kind of under the impression that 18 was kind of okay. Not great, but it was still okay. Diana? Is she there still, or she leave? Or you cannot hear me?
No, I'm here.
So is 18, I mean, is 18 something that you feel comfortable with? I mean, it's a little low. Yeah. Okay.
It's low. Yeah.
But I mean, is it terrible?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Not terrible. It's not great, but.
Okay.
So
you'd try? I mean, you think you have good arguments for that?
You never know until you get to HCD. So the alternative would be if you did map areas 1, 3, and 5 at 40, you have a 21% buffer, which Dynamite, the optics of that are probably better in terms of pitching this to HCD, I would think. And that's probably what we're looking at here. You want to go in with a straight face with HCD. So maybe let's do it this way, folks, because if you want to make it binary, which is it's DeSilva South, yay or nay. If it's a nay, then we'll figure it's the downtown map areas 1, 3, and 5, the north of the boulevard part map areas at 40. And that gets you to a buffer of 21%, which is likely, we could argue that with a straight face to HCD. And I think it means that downtown density on the boulevard at 90% too. I think it's the other thing we're doing. So I think we should make a decision. And the first call, I think, would be to take a vote on whether we opt to, so we'll do this for DeSilva North at 35 to the acre, DeSilva South at 30 for the 11 acres in DeSilva South. So that would be the motion. Would someone make that, please?
I will make that motion that we will do DeSilva North, the smaller one at 35, and DeSilva South, the larger one, which includes the ball field, at 30. Does that jive with what you said, Jim?
Yeah, close. It's the 11 acres.
It's 11 acres.
Excludes the ball fields.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just change one word.
So that's the motion.
Thank you, Matt. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That sounds like either Beth or Susie. Jump ball. Okay, we'll say Beth. Thank you, Susie. Okay, so the motion's on the floor to be clear, to zone the De Silva North parcel to 2 acres at 35, De Silva South parcel 11 acres net, excluding the ball fields at 30. That's the motion. So Sarah, if you could please do the roll call.
All right. Carol Singer,
No.
Amrita Castanati,
Yes.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I thought we were making a motion on not doing the 11 acres was going to be 0.
No. The motion on the floor is the De Silva North parcel, the 2 acres at 35 to the acre. De Silva South, which is 11 acres, that's net of the ball fields at 30. Okay. So it basically means we put De Silva North and South as opportunity sites. That's the motion. Okay. All right. Okay, Sarah.
Don Jenkins,
No.
Stella Weatherspoon,
Yes.
Matt Pease,
Yes.
Beth Needle,
Yes.
Jim Cervantes,
No.
Sarah Blumenfeld,
No.
Susie Kelly,
Yes.
Christine Rasmussen,
No.
Chris Lee.
Yes.
None of the.
So it's 5 yeses and 5 noes. Did I miss
No.
somebody?
I
I
got
think
6 yeses.
No.
I think it's 6 yeses and 5 nos.
6 yeses.
Yeah. So motion carries.
What did I miss? Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think we earned our keep. Okay. So, Sarah, if you could go back to the slide we had for De Silva in the deck we had earlier. There you go. Okay, so with the numbers will be slightly different because the Silva North has a little more units than what's in this, but the bottom line is that we've got numbers that would, by all metrics, we think would satisfy HCD. The buffer is robust, and we've met the RENA thresholds across all categories. So we have a recommendation to make to planning with a little bit of tinkering. And thank you, Sarah. So what I want to say is that was a good, robust, contentious discussion we had, and I think points were well taken all around. I could see both sides of this discussion. I voted one way, but frankly, I could, I get the arguments that folks were making to do the De Silva site. So we're done on that. I think that what would be good to do at this point is to sort of try to right size this so that we get, if not at the 3,400 target for the EAR, pretty close. And because we're above that now, you'll notice. And maybe Sarah, if you could pull up the next to last slide in the deck. There's, I think, a little adjusting we should do before we give this to planning. There you go. So the idea here was if we are over the 3,400 amount of units, and if we were to jettison the scattered sites, which are the single family homes in this Bollinger site, which are 52 units, and the small sites, which are under a half acre, those are roughly 100 units. That's taking off about 150 units in total. That will get us at the 3,400 are pretty close. And thanks, Sarah. I think we're good with that. And maybe just to clarify with, maybe it's Greg for you perhaps, or someone else on staff, if we're like at just a little above 3,400, like 3,505 or something, is it good enough? Or do we really need to drive it down?
5 units would not be an issue. It would not affect the conclusions in the EIR. So if it's that narrow, you needn't worry about it. But it would also be relatively easy to eliminate 1 or 2 small sites that don't produce any BMR and would just bring our mod and above mod down, and thus below 3,400. So
okay, so I think what I'd like to do is hear a motion to this gets us to try to right size this to and maybe Sarah, if you could put the screen back up again one last time, my apologies. Which would be to thank you, eliminate the single family homes in the Bollinger site from our opportunity site list. And because they don't help us with the very low income, and they're all market rate, and sites that are under half an acre, that's roughly 100. So we could do that. And then I think what I'd like to do is to maybe have the GPAC designate the opportunity sites working group to make any other parcel adjustments necessary to bring us to 3,400 if it is necessary. And that may be just taking out one other site that's just a tick above half an acre. So, but I'd like to get clarity that we're going to eliminate these single family homes, the Bollinger site and the parcels of under a half acre, which will get us pretty close, if not to the 3,400, and delegate to the opportunity sites working group to make any last parcel by parcel adjustments. Thanks, Sarah. And that will wrap us. So any discussion on that, or comments, questions? Yeah, Don.
If in fact we are rejected for whatever reason, what do we have to put back into the basket? We've spent all of our or shot all of our bullets.
That's a great question. And the big question probably is going to be BART, whether
I mean, if they say no to BART, where do we go?
Well, I think the answer there is likely that you have to go to the downtown, unless you really want to dramatically increase the density in the De Silva site. When I looked at this earlier, Don, I think without BART, I think we were looking at 50 units to the acre across the downtown map areas north and south of the boulevard. So I think that's just would be the reality of it. And we'll just hope that HCD kind of sees it our way.
Jim, are you looking for a motion to delegate these smallish adjustments to the subcommittee?
Yeah, it would be to eliminate that the GPAC vote to eliminate the single family homes in the Bollinger site from our opportunity site list, and the sites that are under half an acre. That ought to get us to where we need to be. So that, and then for if there are any other parcel by parcel adjustments, to delegate that to the opportunity site.
I know everybody's tired, but could we add potentially that Sterling site as an opportunity site, so potentially it could be developed as a park? That's going to be a long discussion. I'll put that in abeyance.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Stella.
Yeah, just with respect to Sterling, one thing that we could do, because I think Sterling was 1 point something acre, I believe.
1.14.
Find it. 1.14 is perhaps add the Bambi building that the subcommittee talked with Greg Wolf about. So do a swap basically. The Bambi is right in downtown opposite Trader Joe's and is about the same acreage.
Bambi building.
It's got the deer relief
I know which
on
one.
the yeah. That's not my name for it. I heard that from someone else. I just offer that up as an option if there's a desire to keep the total number of units and also the BMR numbers the same.
I kind of think we may need to be we kind of are going to need to be, I think, eliminating parcels to make this work, not adding them.
Yeah, this would just be a substitute for the Sterling. That's all.
Okay.
I mean, I think that maybe we could just do it live online here with the zeroing out of the parcels that you just put up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You said the ones that are under 0.5 acres, and then the scattered site single family,
and just see where we are.
Yeah, and then everyone can just see it, and we can maybe just wrap it up.
Fair enough. Okay.
There is a motion on the floor. Is that accurate?
Matt made the motion. Did it get seconded? I don't think so.
I don't think it got seconded.
So
I didn't hear a call for a second.
Appreciate Matt making the motion, but I don't think it was second. So we can hold that in abeyance right now. And what I could do is pull up my screen. I think, Carol, you got your hand up, or do you want to just give me a minute?
I just want to be sure when we talk about the Sterling site is a separate piece of property. I just want to be sure Stella was talking about the whole thing, the Sterling site, the city parking lot, and the Peacock construction office.
Yeah, Carol, I was referring to the
whole
thing,
not just
I was referring,
the Sterling site.
I was referring to the line in the spreadsheet
Okay.
that is 4 parcels totaling 1 point something acres.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you guys see what's the spreadsheet on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so let me just make sure we're all on the same page here, which is I've got right now overall density at 95. On the boulevard, it's 90. And then I've got map area 1 at 35, 2 at 35, 3 at 35. These are the downtown map areas. They're all at 35. Bart's at 75. That other Whole Foods parking lot is at 0. Deer Hills is unchanged, it's zeroed. De Silva South, I've got that at 30 to the acre. De Silva North, I got 35. And then no change to the neighborhood at Dewing, Rose. And that east parcel I had at 35, although I don't think we actually voted on that, so I should zero that one out. And what I have then is that we've got a total of, we're in great shape with respect to these different metrics that HCD is going to look at. We're at 3594, so we're over our benchmark for the EIR by almost 200 units. So we got to do some chopping here, and so that would be the scattered sites for the single family homes. We get rid of them. The Bollinger site, we get rid of them. I guess I'll leave the ADUs. We'll see where we are. We're at 8542. It's less than I thought. We're still like 140 units.
What if you took out Sterling, Jim? See what happens.
Okay. I will do that, Matt. That's map area 4?
6-8.
Thank you.
Row 45.
Got
There
it.
you go.
Okay.
Let's see what that does.
Okay. Survey says, okay, it's a bit better, 3,500. So
Okay, you're there.
okay, so taking out Sterling kind of helps us here. We still have enough in the very low mod. I guess what I could say, we don't need to add a parcel to compensate because we still need to drive this down. So one option might be if these changes work, again, we could maybe delegate to the, let's see, 1 second. So if we take out these small ones here, if you could just bear with me for 1 second, folks, sorry about this. I am snipping out the smaller ones. I can't imagine how exciting this would be for someone on Zoom watching this later. So I think what I've done here is I've eliminated, I believe, all the small parcels and the single family residences and the Bollinger site because they don't help us with our challenge of the very low. Let me just double check. Okay.
Well, Jim, do we get any credit for creating housing in general, though? I mean, does that look favorable upon us for just creating any housing?
Oh, yeah.
So do we want to take it out? Maybe we should leave it in.
Well, I'm just trying to solve for the getting us to at least not above 3,400.
Yes.
And so if you look at the screen, just for 1 second, look at the screen. We're at 3,351. So we're below the EIR threshold. So it shouldn't cause heartburn for
I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. We are still at 29% for the very low buffer, which ought to put a twinkle in the eye of the people at HCD. And we satisfy the arena numbers. We also got rid of the Bollinger site. I'm sorry, the Sterling Cleaner site, which hopefully makes Carol happy. So does that work for folks? I think this does it, and I'll want to have the Opportunity Sites group just scrub this thing tomorrow morning. But I think what I've done is the right.
I think you've done a good job.
Jim,
Thanks,
Jim. If it would help you, I'd like to make a motion that we accept this spreadsheet and give you the discretion if you've made minor mistakes that you can correct them tomorrow.
Matt, I appreciate that because
I'm giving you an out.
I appreciate that because I will likely need one.
I think it's unfair to have hold you. I can see you going back and forth with your eyes. This is maddening.
At 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. I think, Jim, I would like to make a motion that we accept the spreadsheet, and you and the committee, the spreadsheet subcommittee, have tomorrow can clean it up, make sure you did everything correct. You can make minor adjustments, very minor adjustments, but we'll accept this as GPAC and pass it on to the planning commission. So that's
I'll second that.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor with a second. Carol, you got your hand up, but the motion takes precedence. So I'm going to call a vote, which is basically to accept the spreadsheet that was on, as presented, which conforms with the EIR study amount and the parcels indicated, leaving adjustments to the Opportunity Sites Working Group. I think I captured that right, Matt.
You did well.
Thank you. So Sarah, if you could please call the roll.
Give me one moment.
Or Renata.
Okay, Carol Singer,
Yes, aye.
Martha Castellanati,
Yes.
Tom Jenkins,
Yes.
Stella Weatherspoon,
Yes.
Matt Pease,
Yes.
Beth Needle,
Yes.
Jim Cervantes,
Yes.
Sarah Blumenfeld,
Yes.
Susie Kelly,
Yes.
Christine Rasmussen,
Yes.
and Chrisley.
Yes.
That's everybody. Thank you all so much.
Great. Thank you very much. We're done with the RENA numbers. We'll make
Teresa wants to talk.
for those who like to indulge in a glass of wine afterwards, you got my permission to do that. So we'll take care of it. The opportunity group will get together tomorrow, scrub this thing, make sure it works so we can get it off to the planning commission and kind of offload this to them so they can enjoy everything we've gone through here. I got two last things I've got real quick, but Sarah, I'm sorry, Carol, you got your hand up?
Yeah, why do we have to be under 3,400?
That's what was in the EIR.
Greg, you could amplify. It's the EIR.
Yes, if we go back to the scoping for the environmental impact report, the scoping included the RENA plus a robust buffer and an umbrella number of 3,400 units. And so under CEQA, if a project scope is analyzed and the ultimate project is at or below that, no additional CEQA is required. If the project somehow is modified and becomes larger, additional CEQA would be required, or if the city moved forward, would potentially risk a challenge. So that's the nature of the 3,400.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And the mayor has her hand up.
And not that I want to keep any of you one more minute, but I do want to, on behalf of the council, say thank you for the incredible work. And I know most people won't be watching this and the editing of this spreadsheet and really working together. Just you all made each other better and made this process better. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Geringer. So 3 things and I'll close real quick. The first is a real big thank you to all of you and to the members of the public who've been sticking with us through this whole process. This was a slog, and I've lost count of the hours spent on this, but frankly, everyone, I think you should feel good about this because it's been a real effort and we really tried to do our best for the community. And you all, I think, really made this work. So thank you. Second thing is, we're going to do a debrief session. It's in the agenda. It's noted here for the 12th. I think it's likely be the 19th. 19th. We'll work with staff on that. I would love to do that in a public session. We'll figure out how that all works. Matt and I met with Jamie Harris. So I think it'd be really useful to go through that to see how do you make things work even better. More on that later. And the third thing, and I really don't want to leave this without noting, but is Sarah, this is your last session with us. You've gone out with a bang. And I just really want to thank you on behalf of all of us for the work you've done
Sarah.
to make this a better community. And
great job.
Bravo, Sarah.
Bravo, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
I know the folks at Eden Housing, huge win for them.
Yes,
so
huge.
And Sarah, thank you so much. I can't express how much we all appreciate what you've helped us with here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Sarah.
And on that note, meeting is adjourned. We'll see you all in April. Take care, everyone.